family.
But
So
Conversation is more important than this exact thing. Like,
Classroom, 9 kids are gone.
it's pretty big
so
for
they're
us.
calling for
Yeah,
elimination
well,
of
they're
parking
usually bigger
minimums.
class size.
So I think that was kind of
That one maybe a little too big,
the
honestly.
biggest
Yeah, this is very small.
kind of aha. We haven't really.
So we can probably get started.
Yep. Are you guys ready to get started?
Should I go close the door? Nah.
I get it.
Good enough.
All right, well, we're going to get started here with our study sessions, 5 o'clock. So Evan Corrientes is here with the city. He's in our Municipal Services and Operations Department, the ADA Compliance Manager, which is a new position. They started like 6 months ago-ish, October. So we're glad that he's here, and he's working on updating the city's ADA transition plan. He's here just to give an update and get any questions from you guys. So just turn it over to Evan.
Well, thank you guys for having me. So as Dave mentioned, I'm the ADA Compliance Manager for the city. Just a little bit of background on the ADA. So it's the Americans with Disabilities Act. And for those who aren't aware of what that is, it was a civil rights law that was passed in July of 1990. And what that did is it provided protection from discrimination for people with disabilities. So shortly after the passing of the ADA, the federal government came out and said that all state and local governments need to develop an ADA transition plan. And that transition plan should look at all your facilities, your services, your programs, and you should have a plan to make whatever's not accessible, accessible within a short amount of time. So the city developed a task force back in the early 90s and started working on that plan, reviewing all the facilities, services, programs. And actually, by 1995, they had their plan pretty well underway and had everything evaluated and we're kind of good to go. Since that time, obviously there have been, some major changes to legislation and different things that have happened since 1990 that the city thought that this would be a great time to take a reevaluation of all of our facilities, services, and programs. At this time, we will also be looking at all of our public right-of-way as well, which includes curb cuts, sidewalks, bus stops, anything that's in the public right-of-way. So a little bit about the different titles of the ADA and kind of where we fall. So they basically broke it down into 5 different sections or titles of the ADA. So the first one is employment, that's Title I. Title II, state and local government, which we fall under and which my position looks at. Title III, which is public accommodations, which is, your hospitals, restaurants, bars, hotels, things like that. 4 is your telecommunications, so any emergency response systems have to be in accessible formats, your FCC, SB closed captioning, and then Title V, your miscellaneous provisions, basically anything that wasn't picked up in any of the previous 4 titles. So as far as my position goes, we are actually, my jurisdiction really is only city services, facilities, programs. So, if somebody calls me with, something about, such and such restaurant or hotel isn't accessible, I can pass it along to code compliance, but that really doesn't fall within kind of my jurisdiction. Or I should say the city's jurisdiction. So that's kind of where we are at in the process now. One of the reasons that we thought it would be a really good time to reevaluate everything is obviously bringing in somebody new and creating this position as a full-time position. For many years, it was kind of a function of somebody else's job within the city, so they were already doing something else, and then they also had ADA as well. And I think that with the regulations changing in 2012 and public right-of-way really getting a much bigger emphasis, they decided that now would be a great time to kind of take a look at what the city is doing in some of our different programs. The process is lengthy. I mean, over the next probably 2 years, we'll actually be looking at all the facilities, services, and programs. So we are actually having to physically go into these facilities and look at every item that they have from top to bottom. So from parking all the way once you get inside the building and as you navigate through the building, we're looking at different things that are accessible, not accessible, usable, and how that applies to the current regulations. So that's probably going to be the next 2 years that we'll be looking at the facilities, services, and programs. After we're done with those facility plans, we will make recommendations on what we think needs to be corrected to bring these up to code. A lot of times, those type of ADA modifications get rolled into different projects. So when a project is happening, the ADA gets rolled into those projects because you actually don't have to make any improvements until something's touched. So as long as they met the 1991 codes, we don't have to go back in and retrofit every facility that we had. So we're not going back in and saying, okay, now all these things don't meet the 2010 requirements, so we're going to spend all this money to make all these facilities meet the 2010 regulations. So a lot of times it's rolled out in projects, it's transitioned over a period of time. That's kind of why they call it a transition plan. So if it's something structural in nature, an actual physical barrier, there's a method and a plan to bring that up to compliance, and whether that be in a standalone project or when a project happens or a remodel or a significant alteration. Services and programs, however, so if we identify a program that's being offered by, let's say, Parks and Rec that isn't accessible to people with disabilities, anything non-structural, they give you about a year to make that compliant. So whether it's changing the policy, changing the location of where it's offered, and doing some of those other things to at least make that service in an accessible format or in a different location. The Facility Services and Programs Transition Plan, we hope to present to the Commission for approval in the spring of 2022. And at the same time that we are looking at Facility Services and Programs, we will also begin looking at all of our public right-of-way. So they will be happening in concert of one another, but because there's so much data, so much miles of sidewalks, curb cuts, bus stops, this process is going to take a little bit longer to flesh out some of that data and to prioritize where we need to make improvements in the public right-of-way. So that will actually be a standalone plan that will be adopted and presented hopefully in the spring of 2023. So after both those plans are adopted by the commission, that's kind of when the work begins, and we actually are kind of monitoring these projects and setting priorities and figuring out, what we're going to do in years 1 through 2, 2 through 3, and as we go towards, making our city as accessible as possible. One of the really neat things, I've talked to Dave about, some of the different transportation options is there's a huge overlap between transportation and access and disability. I mean, everything in everyday life has to do with some form of transportation, whether that's public transportation, our sidewalks, our shared use paths where we're riding bikes and things like that. So, as we're looking at access just as a facility and program level, we really need to be looking at this holistically and figure out, what are some of the barriers to people getting to the grocery store, getting to employment, getting to rec centers to have fun, and I think if we look at it from that idea instead of just, okay, well, we made this section of sidewalk accessible, so we've done a really good job. Well, we forgot to make the curb cuts on each side accessible, so it doesn't really matter how accessible the sidewalk is in the middle if you can't access the sidewalk. So that's kind of one of the things that we really want to do is take a holistic approach to access moving forward. And I'm really excited, about kind of the opportunity to speak and talk to some different advisory groups throughout the city and see ways that we can work together. One of the big components of our ADA transition plan is to solicit public feedback. So whether that be working with different advisory groups, public comment sections. I mean, there's a variety of things that we've talked about. Jessica's actually here. She's also on the kind of the small internal ADA transition plan committee, so she's pretty familiar with kind of our work and what we plan to do over the next handful of years here as well. So that's kind of in a nutshell the transition plan and our hope moving forward. I was telling Dave right before I started that I actually was at a meeting last week with Parks and Rec, and there was a really interesting opportunity that's come up with the Lawrence Loop. There's actually a company that Parks and Rec met, and it's called Bryometrics. And what they do is they come in and they will actually hook a wheelchair up to some type of sensor that actually can go and push this Lawrence Loop, and with that information they can actually determine the difficulty of the terrain of the whole entire Lawrence Loop. Now, how much we get done in this, kind of early period is, it's hard to tell. Depends on budgets and kind of how much we can get this technology for, but it'll be a really interesting thing because along the way you'll have, it's almost like a ski resort where you'll have, this is going to be a black diamond section coming up, so there's going to be some, as you get towards Rock Chalk Park, there's some terrain that's just naturally hilly that, unfortunately you're not going to make the slope ADA accessible, but you can maybe make the cross slope accessible, but you can at least warn people, and this will be good not for only people in wheelchairs, but families pushing strollers, walkers, people doing rehab, a variety of things. So it'll be a really cool way to kind of look at the Lawrence Loop, and the data will be able to be pulled up on an app, so you can see this is where I'm at, and at mile marker this, it's going to get significantly harder. There's going to be more hills. So it's a really neat opportunity, and there's been things like that kind of that have come up to me, and they've said, hey, Evan, what do you think of this? Or some really cool ideas. So I'm really looking forward to some of the options that the city has. So, yeah,
I have a couple of questions.
sure.
I thought I heard you say something about existing structures do not have to be modified, new structures do. Were you referring to city facilities or?
Yes. City facilities.
Okay, because the city doesn't have any new facilities on the plan, I don't think.
So for instance, let's say like the police, the new police station, that's new construction that would have to meet, everything in that would have to meet the new 2010 ADA standards for access.
Okay, do you have any kind of a budget, or are you going to be relying on other budgets?
Well, that's a good question. Right now, there isn't a budget line. Right now, the ADA is shooting for kind of their own separate pot of money to do like the readily achievable, the easy access items, some of the Braille signage, the alternate formats, things like that. But there isn't a set budget as of yet. Whether there will be moving forward, I don't know. I think a lot of it is going to happen when we take on projects. So when we're doing, let's say if we are looking to do some rehab or remodel to City Hall in the next year, we're going to have to factor in those ADA improvements when that happens, because, a major alteration is going to flag those.
As part of the transition plan, will there be some incidental things that are not big ticket items, but that can happen along the way?
Yeah, so one of the nice things about the ADA transition plan is it basically has a grid that talks about prioritization, but you can actually move things up on the list. So let's say that there was a sidewalk that was really far down on the list because it's a not high trafficked area, it doesn't lead to any government facilities, but it was a place that you'd been getting a lot of complaints on, or an incident happened there. It can actually move ahead on a prioritization list just because if something happens. So that's at the discretion of the municipality.
Jessica, on our transportation plan, are we including ADA now, or is this something we'll be doing in the future?
Well, the MPO in terms of transition plans doesn't have a transition plan because it's not a government entity in that sense, but the City of Lawrence transition plan serves as, the current one serves as that amenity. So when we went through the pedestrian planning process, for example, we recognized there was need around ADA, but most of the rhetoric in the plan was based off of either the transition plan or previous one point in time inventories that had happened, not off of larger like asset management data sets or a new transition plan. So the need to update the transition plan and go through the process in terms of doing the work that Evan's doing has been something that the MPO had identified many years ago in terms of a need in a work list.
Will you be working with enforcement?
Yeah, I'll be working with a variety of different departments throughout the city. One of the big things, as I mentioned, we'll be taking a look at the services and programs that we provide. So we will actually be doing across the board, all departments, all department heads, we'll be looking at, if somebody comes into your building, or whether it be police station, fire, parks and rec, and they need alternate formats, or they need something in an accessible way, or they have an issue that's going around, accessibility. Is there a mechanism to identify that? How do we get accessible formats? How do we get a sign language interpreter? How do we do those things? So they'll be from a top to bottom down. And I work with code enforcement kind of all the time. We'll spitball ideas off of each other kind of all the time, because city code and ADA code go kind of hand in hand.
So will there be more training for code inspection then on drive-through hamburger places or whatever, or is that down the road?
Again, that's hard for me to say, just because they kind of handle a little bit more of the public accommodation side, so they would be handling the restaurants, the hotels, those kind of things, and that's not really necessarily my area. But I can say in the short time that I've been here, and when I've been comparing some of what the ADA says about what the city has in place as far as code, in most circumstances, the city actually goes above and beyond what ADA requires. So in the city's sense, city's facilities and programs and services, I can't say on the public sector side, but.
Couple of things. Just to make sure I understand your umbrella, is it safe to say that anything that's private is not in your umbrella? And that would be under the code department?
it is safe to say that it's not under my umbrella.
It's not under your...
It depends on, the ADA is very specific about what things it doesn't cover. So when you say private, it depends. The ADA doesn't apply to religious entities, so churches, things like that. Some private institutions it may not fall under, so it all depends on what the private facility or entity is, on what it covers, but no, that wouldn't be my umbrella.
Okay.
Unless for, they get, it's a city program runs out of the church or something like that, then obviously that would flag some ADA access issues because you have a city program being run out of a religious facility or something like that.
What would you consider to be your top 3 challenges for whatever reason, budgetary, challenging technology, whatever?
I would say, now this is probably just my opinion, but I think that probably sidewalks, curb cuts, and not that the city is doing a bad job, just there's so much of it, and it requires constant maintenance. It's one of those things where every season, we have, winter comes and then spring comes and here we have potholes and cracks and curb. So I think it's something that just, as we're looking at infrastructure and asset management, it's something that we always just have to stay up on because all of a sudden it's, you're 5 years out and you haven't looked at X and X thing and now you've got a lot of work to do. I would say that's probably number 1. Number 2 is probably sensory disabilities, visual disabilities, hearing disabilities, and different things that we can do to make that a little bit more integrated and inclusive in the city's services programs. And again, I'm not saying that I haven't had a chance to look at all those programs yet, but I just know from kind of years of doing disability work that's always kind of a big one. Is it seems like the sensory disabilities kind of are the last thing to get touched. Everybody knows, hey, you need a ramp, you need a automatic door, you need this, you need that, but a lot of times, we don't look at, hey, do we have Braille available? Do we have a sign language interpreter if needed? Do we have these things in place? So that would probably be number 2. Number 3 is probably funding, trying to figure out, where does that money come from? How do we be good stewards of the money that we have, and where are the best places to put the small pot at first of ADA funds, and where are we going to make the most impact? So that's why it'll be really important when we look at our internal team, when we're looking at prioritizing things, we really want to make sure that we are hitting the places that are used by the public the most, and we want to prioritize those as kind of the first tier of places we want to address.
Anybody else have any other questions?
I have a few.
Sweet.
First, could you say again the name of the company that approached Parks and Rec?
It's called Bryometrics.
Bryo?
It's BRIO.
Metrics.
And I don't know if it's metrics like CS or with an X at the end.
Okay.
I don't know if they're trying to, I can't remember off the top of my head.
That's close enough.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to look more about them.
Yeah.
I was curious about how that data might be used to kind of further efforts that Jessica's made to talk about comfort of riding or even the pedestrian environment, because I would assume if it's about, difficulty, that might capture some notion of, is this slope excessive? And we have some, like I'm thinking of Lawrence Avenue right now. It's a pretty nice, long bicycle lane that goes to Princeton, but it's on a slope, which makes it harder for certain riders. And I could imagine like trying to take a bike up and down the sidewalk on, I don't know if it's called 15th or Bob Billings at that point, I'm thinking about next to Hidden Valley. It's near impossible to go up that hill either way. So that's intriguing to think there could be good data that might help to, also tell us more about where should we try to invest our resources on bicycling.
Yeah, and one of the really neat things about this company is the Lawrence Loop was just the start for us, just because it's kind of a hot item right now, and it would be kind of good to have, but that's just a starting point. We eventually hope to actually bring that into kind of all of our, if we can find the funding to do so, because the company actually, what their specialty is ADA access surveys. So they actually will hook these up to wheelchairs and have them roll around an entire downtown city. So they're going up curb ramps, and so they can see any improprieties anywhere that they are. So, and, they're pulling in all that data, and they're actually using those for specific ADA access surveys. So that, hopefully that could come into the future. I know kind of phase one is looking at some of this Lawrence Loop, and then phase two would be maybe some of the internal trails, bike trails, things like that. And then, if it ever got to a point where the ADA got some additional funding, maybe we could use that as part of our public right-of-way access surveys and things like that. But again, that's, I don't know, that's years down the road probably.
Well, in some discussions about the Safe Routes to School project, toward the tail end of the Health Department's CDC grant, we talked about intersections as a public right-of-way, and how do we better understand the challenges that people face when they're just using that portion of a route. All the other sections get a little more complicated because of who might have some responsibility for them, but at the public right-of-way, at the intersection, it seemed like maybe there's a way to focus in on how easy is it to get across, and is there a gap? Are there other things that create obstacles for people that, small children that might be riding a bike and expecting to use the sidewalk to do that, or the curb ramps across those intersections?
Yeah, and I think that will be, again, that'll be part of the prioritization thing that we look at when we're looking at the public right-of-way. We'll look at curbs that don't currently have anything. So obviously, they would be a higher priority than maybe one that's got a curb cut, but it's just, it's in a little disrepair. But, a busy sidewalk or an intersection that doesn't have any curb cuts, they would get higher priority because they don't have anything currently. At least the other one has, a curb cut, even though it may not be great or it's not up to code. But yeah, definitely safe routes to school routes would be a higher priority. And again, when we're looking at sidewalks and curb cuts and safe routes, that not only benefits children, that benefits people in wheelchairs, bikes, parents with strollers. I mean, access is good for everybody. I mean, it's not just good for people with mobility issues, it's good for anybody. So I think if we kind of look at that as, look, if we're investing this money in doing these repairs, we're not just fixing ADA issues, we're fixing life, travel, the way we traverse the terrain and things like that. So yeah, I think that would be a prioritization type thing.
Are there communities in the Midwest, or maybe in the whole country, where you kind of look to for best practices?
Boulder's really good. Boulder's got some really good examples. There's a couple out in California. I recently got back from a conference in Phoenix and Chino Hills, California. They do a really good job with their public right-of-way stuff. Tempe, Arizona does a lot, not only with kind of the basic facility service and programs, but they really go above and beyond with some of their different playgrounds and things that they do, their access for all. So they're a really good one. Columbia, Missouri actually has a pretty good one. So yeah, there's a couple good examples, and the nice thing about going to some of these conferences, there's a lot of contacts that I've made and can, kind of apply some of that stuff to here in Lawrence. And that's the thing, these ADA transition plans, cities have been doing them since the early 90s, either initially or redoing them multiple times, throughout periods of time. So, you can always look for, you're not reinventing the wheel. A lot of the stuff has already been done, and there's a lot of really good ideas already out there. It's just, how do we bring them here? Does it make sense for us, our community? How do we get buy-in? And is this the best use of our funds, our resources, things like that, so.
You mentioned the transition plan itself would be presented to the city commission in a couple of years. Is the current transition plan even worth reviewing, or is it just out of date to the point where it'd be a
It's
distraction?
actually still our existing transition plan, so it is the City of Lawrence's accepted ADA transition plan. It's still a great report. They did a great job on it. I think it is worth reviewing and something to look at. Again, some of the facilities have changed, some of the programs, the services that the city offered in the early 90s is different. But a lot of the kind of administrative language around ADA has stayed the same, other than some of the different regulations that have changed now with some of the scoping requirements and technical things like that.
Is the document published anywhere on the city's website, or could it be made available to us?
That I'm not sure of.
I don't believe it has been, that it's currently published on the website.
But we can make it available.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm excited that you guys are doing this, and it's been something that it feels like it's been around for a long time, and like you said, always someone's job on top of their regular job. So it's the commitment to this is impressive, to actually hire someone whose full-time job is to address this.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Worked out good.
I appreciate that you're very clear about the scope that you have to work under, but I'm sure that there's a lot of people that look at you as someone who might bring your expertise to other matters. I'm specifically interested in site plan review. And are you part of that process, or has there been any discussion about you lending your eyes to and your mind to how we might improve? You know, this is obviously not Title II, but I just think there's an opportunity that it doesn't take a lot of maybe additional time, but it would be really worthwhile, I think, for your expertise to be brought to bear in that process. And we haven't had anyone on staff, I think, that's kind of, that's their primary focus. And so it's often been kind of, we've relied on other parties outside of the city to provide expertise, but to have someone on city staff, it feels like that would be a good use of your time.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities, and like I said, even though my, kind of my scope is right now looking at city facility services and programs, I've been in kind of the disability field now for 12 plus years, and I live in Lawrence, so I have a lot of people that know that I'm in Lawrence now, so I'll get calls all the time for stuff that's not necessarily city government related or a city facility, but if I can still at least point them in the right direction or give them guidance, or, hey, this is what the ADA says, so they have something to kind of go on. Because the ADA, how it pertains to what's accessible in a city hall is very similar to how it pertains to what's accessible in a hotel, restaurant, hospital, things like that. So there's a lot of the same features, from Title II to a public accommodation Title III type thing. So there is a lot of overlap there.
Well, have you been to that meeting? You guys still have it on Friday mornings? It's a great meeting, and there's everybody there, different perspectives, but no one kind of comes in with your expertise around ADA. And I think sometimes it's just a matter of getting enough eyeballs to catch things that perhaps just aren't thought about by the developer or the consultants that are helping the developer. There's a couple examples of grocery stores where one, I think, hit it out of the park. Very accessible routes through the parking lot from all the way from the roadway. Others that you just look at it after it's built and go, well, why didn't they think about that? And just, you see it, it's obvious once it's built, and you see it in 3D, and it's, but when you just look at a two-dimensional drawing, it's sometimes can get past your attentiveness. So
yeah, and that's one of the interesting things, I think, when you're looking at ADA regulations and kind of the guidelines or the specifications when you're either doing an alteration or new construction. The things that are listed are the minimum you have to do. So a lot of times people will look at that and they'll be like, okay, we need this amount of parking spaces, access aisles, entrances, things like that, and they'll do exactly what it says that they have to do. Well, there's nothing that says you can't go above and beyond. So I think some of these benchmark cities that you see that are doing really, really innovative things, another one, Portland, Oregon for some reason does a lot of really, really interesting stuff around accessibility, and they go above and beyond in most cases. So, so I think that, there's opportunity, like you said, you have probably an example of one facility doing the bare minimum just to make ADA, and then you have one that's going above and beyond and actually thinking about, what happens in 10 more years if these regulations change again and they, or what
Well, I
happens.
think most of the time, those developers are pretty accommodating at that point in their, proposals, so it's kind of just a matter of, does staff catch it and say, hey, what about doing this? I don't know that there's a lot of resistance to it. It's mostly just not having enough attention and, expertise on it.
Could I pull you into the weeds again?
Sure.
Kind of a detailed question. Agreed that a ramp is better than no ramp. But the standards that were in place 20, 25 years ago, those ramps that were built then, are they even in compliance at all today?
For the most part. So they're very, very different. So if you're, or minimal. So if you're looking at like a curb ramp that was constructed in 1993 to be accessible, and you're looking at what they're requiring a curb ramp to be accessible now, the only difference really is kind of the side flares. There's a little bit more of a slope, and the cross slope has changed a little bit, but you're talking about from, a 1 to 48 cross slope from a 1 to 50 cross slope. So, I mean, it's very, very minimal. A lot of the changes that happened around restroom accessibility, how do we make grab bars, how do we make the turning spaces, things like that more accessible. Chairs, different assistive technology has changed a lot since the early 90s. Things are bigger now. The power chairs are a lot bigger. People tend to be a little bit bigger, so some of those dimensions have changed a little bit about what was accessible before and what is now. But I would say that most people, unless they were, an expert in ADA, wouldn't see those small differences. But again, if a facility has never had a alteration or anything done, they're not even up to 1991 standards because they've never had an alteration or they've never been looked at for access. So if we did anything to a building that hadn't had anything done now, it would have to be brought up to the current code.
Well, I have a little bias in asking the question, actually, and the side flares is what brought me to the question. Biking a lot and getting a bike through some of those old ramps, like, it can be kind of challenging.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get tossed because of the abruptness of the sides and also the narrowness of the ramp. And depending on, where you're trying to go, either into it or out of it, it can be pretty challenging.
Yeah, and some of the existing curbs that you're probably talking about, they're probably even pre-1991 regulation. I mean, they're probably, who knows when the last time they were touched or addressed. I mean, it's hard to say. But, yeah, so there are some tricky things, especially if you're, rolling really fast on a wheelchair on a downslope, and then all of a sudden you hit, something. And it can be something as simple as, a half-inch vertical change in a sidewalk that could throw somebody out of a manual wheelchair, onto the ground, and then, you've got this issue. So that's one of the things that you're looking, when you're talking about, asset management and making sure that we're being good stewards of kind of the maintenance that we do, because these things can pop up all the time. A sidewalk that was in perfect shape the year before could have a tree root under it now, and now it's, up, and we have to go out and fix a couple panels or whatever it may be, so.
Well, that brings up something
Go ahead.
I've mentioned before, is Louisiana Street, for example, has a lot of driveways, and every time it comes to a driveway, it dips like this. And if we're only repairing a square here and a square there, how can we update that sidewalk?
So in the ADA, and especially public right-of-way, they have things that flag alterations, so like bigger type things. So if you're doing a section of a street, let's say, they will also make you do the, all the driveways, the sidewalks, the curb ramps. So there's things that flag additional additional access. Now, if you're just, again, if it's just a sidewalk that's kind of bulged up from a tree root, I mean, they're only requiring you to come actually fix that panel. But let's say that that panel that's flared up was now butted up or is butted up against an inaccessible curb ramp, they'll not only ask you to fix that panel, but since you're there, you're going to fix that curb ramp too. Because, now you've flagged kind of a, you're butting up right next to something else that's inaccessible. And basically, when it looks at something in a sidewalk or public right-of-way, they want you to be able to enter and exit that element. And in this case, the element would be the sidewalk. Does that make sense? So there are different things that will flag. Again, if somebody came into City Hall and they just, went into the bathroom and noticed that, one grab bar happened to be off half an inch, it was half an inch too high, it wouldn't flag the entire bathroom be retrofitted. We would fix that element, meaning that bar, that crossbar or sidebar. So.
I have a suggestion, a couple of them on the website. First off, I'm pretty sure that it has frames and whatnot that are not accessible with a text reader. So there needs to be a text alternative or something with simple tables. And the other thing is, ADA is really buried on the organizational chart.
Did you say I am buried?
You are buried.
Oh, yeah.
But the public part needs to be accessible, not necessarily on the front page, but somewhere obvious where you can find it.
Yeah, and actually, and very recently, so at the very bottom of the city's homepage, there's a little international symbol for disability guy at the bottom of the page that says accessibility. If you click on that, it has all my contact information, as well as any grievance, questions, comments that you have. So if there's anything that you needed to address specifically, you can do it through, call me, email me, or go through the accessibility portal, which didn't exist until very recently. So, but yeah, that might be a good thing to look at, some different alt text, under especially pictures and things like that.
I have a few more questions if no one else has any yet.
Go for it.
All right, quick, are you part of the multimodal staff team?
I'm not.
Okay. Might encourage you also to think about your role in that team. They're made up of different people throughout the city that kind of touch on transportation-related matters, and I don't know the ins and outs, but I'm sure your coworkers can tell you more about it. They came and gave us a briefing last year, our Transportation Commission retreat, and it looks like quite a collection of staffs. Some that didn't seem obvious, like they're part of that, but once they explained their role, it seemed obvious.
Yeah.
And yours seems to me to be obvious. I am curious, the City Commission has asked for some further discussion about our approach to sidewalk maintenance, and one commissioner has indicated interest in the city essentially taking over the, I'm not sure if this is the right way to say it, but ownership of the sidewalks themselves. And I am curious what the expectation around snow removal would be in that instance, and if that has any bearing on, if there's an ADA component to that, like in terms of making routes accessible, keeping snow or ice removed from the sidewalk. The city owns sidewalks. Is that an ADA requirement, or is that?
So as far as making sure that a sidewalk is shoveled or things like that, that would really fall kind of under city code enforcement, the same that they have for everybody else, making sure that you're getting out there and shoveling your sidewalk and things like that. I mean, obviously, snow presents an ADA access issue, but again, it's not something that would be like a requirement of ADA. I mean, they ask for clear, unobstructed path, but again, that's going to follow, more onto the city's expectation of people shoveling, doing the maintenance things that they need to do.
So snow, vegetation that overgrows a pathway, does any of that fall under the federal ADA requirements, or is that just local?
Well, again, maintenance or upkeep, I think would be more of a city code type thing, but obviously if you have a sidewalk that's in complete disrepair, it could be something that would flag an ADA issue, just depending on if this, if the city is responsible in maintaining that, and now it's overgrown or in disrepair. I think that could be an ADA issue.
We heard from other staff about traffic signal timing study that was being done, and I'm curious, in that discussion, we talked a little bit about how it might impact pedestrians crossing, but not specifically around people that might use wheelchairs or other devices to get across an intersection. Are you involved in that discussion at all with other staff? I mean, it's within the MSO.
Yeah, since I'm located in MSO, the nice thing is a lot of this stuff is, they pull me in, I may not come to specific actual groups or advisory committees or things like that, but I'll work with different staff on a variety of different ADA issues, or get phone calls kind of all the time. Hey, what do you think of this? I mean, from your perspective, as far as the, pedestrian buttons, I think they're a great idea. I think about, the world through somebody with a visual impairment. I think that would be a very scary environment. But I actually have colleagues that have visual disabilities, and they actually think that the tones and the beeps, they bother them. So, I mean, it's a different perspective for everybody. So I think there'd have to be more research on kind of what our approach is going to be. But I know that when we are looking at our public right-of-way stuff, pedestrian signals is one of the things we're going to look at, especially when we're, if we're doing kind of new construction or anything like that. I think that they're probably a good idea, even if you have somebody that doesn't, maybe doesn't have complete blindness, but you have somebody with low vision, or, I think even a smaller kid or a child, I think they could be beneficial too. It's something that would tell them, when it's safe to walk and not. So I think that's something that we'll probably take a close look at. I'm all for them, but and that's just my opinion.
Well, I think there's I guess I'm curious, what's the right standard anymore? Is that what we're doing, or are we off by a few generations of, technology?
Yeah, and it's funny, ADA doesn't really have any regulations right now for the audible push buttons, but a lot of times, Federal Highway or DOT, Department of Transportation, or Kansas KDOT, they may have some different ones, so they kind of overlap, but as of right now, there's really not anything specific that the ADA says you have to or you don't have to have them.
Last thing I'm curious about is, when it comes to public transit, are you involved in working with transit to ensure that our bus system is accessible?
I haven't yet. I hope to be. I was a part of the panel that was helping with the hiring of the new transit manager, so I do hope that will be an area, especially as we're looking at the new transit station, and Jessica and I actually had a conversation earlier today about bus stops and throughout the city and things like that, so.
I think that's an area that it's, just often forgotten. And so when there's an opportunity to put in better access for those transit stops, they're all over the place.
Yeah.
A lot of them are just in the middle of a patch of grass. And it just seems a shame to not put a little piece of concrete there to help someone. Similarly, it wasn't too long ago, a bench was installed next to part of the Lawrence Loop, and just that concrete to extend all the way to the bench would have made, it got there eventually, but it was just not it wasn't an immediate, we need to do it this way.
Yeah.
And I think those are the little oversights that people just don't yet have it in their brain, like, this is something we have to do.
Yeah.
So.
And again, I think that, goes back to kind of taking a holistic approach. Are we looking at this, we're just going to kind of fix this one small element in this grand scheme, or are we actually going to look at this, well, what do we need to do to make this hold the test of time for, the next X amount of years? And if we're going to do a project, let's include ADA now instead of coming back 5 years from now and having to retrofit something or do construction because it wasn't up to code or whatever. Statistics show that if you can do it kind of on the front end, you're going to save money kind of in the long run when you're doing this type of access issues, so.
Well, sounds like everybody has gotten their questions in, right? Yes. All right. I guess, do you have any questions for wanting to know more about the Multimodal Transportation Commission and how we can kind of help you guys achieve your goals?
I don't think I have any questions, but I think that this will definitely be a group that, as we look for public engagement and public input, I imagine that this will be a group that I'll want to come back to, or will want to come back to, and definitely get some, hey, here's what we're thinking, and maybe get some feedback and work together on some different things. So,
Yeah. And certainly if you end up, coming across other issues that you kind of see, because I guess if you're 6 months in, there's going to be even more stuff that you see going on, right? So if anything does come up that you're like, I really wish I would have brought that up, by all means, we got these study sessions or even a regular meeting time is good too, so.
sounds good. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I would like a chance to hear more when you got some progress on the plan that you're gonna have done in 2 years, like just to keep us in the loop around the public right-of-way.
Yeah, and I think actually once we do kind of our official update in about a month to the commission, then we'll actually have some written kind of a scope of work or a work plan outline that we can share as well that has kind of more concrete dates and things like that. We just, without having even presented it to the commission yet, we wanted to kind of wait on that.
Fair enough. All right.
All
Thank you
right,
very much for your time.
no problem, thank you.
Appreciate you coming out. I don't think there's anything else on the study session agenda, so
We'll
back at 6.
close the study session and start back at 6 with the regular agenda.
All right. I'll just maybe. the look of
Kurt, you ready?
All right, well, first of all, can everybody hear me okay? I know sometimes these mics don't carry too far. Sounds. If I project, are we good?
Projecting well.
Sweet, well, in that case, here I am. All right, well, welcome to the March 2nd meeting of the Multi-modal Transit Commission. Thank you all for coming to, I guess, for those of you all who were a little bit early for the study session, thank you for joining us for that. And we're going to get started with our main meeting. So let's see. First of all, we will be approving the minutes from last meeting. So I guess before we start into motions, does anybody have anything they want to discuss about the minutes? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
First motion from Commissioner Bryan.
Second.
Second from the Commissioner Ziegelmeyer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. That's everybody. Okay, minutes are approved. Next up is public comment. So, I'm just going to reiterate this from our agenda. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues that are not scheduled on the regular agenda. So, if we're going to talk about it, you will basically will have to wait until it's time to talk about that. Each person or organization will be limited to 3 minutes. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, at least not one by one, nor will the commission necessarily make decisions on items presented at this time. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone, sign in, and state your name and address. Please address all comments to the commission. Does anybody have any general public comment?
My name is Nicole Allenser, and I am at 2510 Austell. I'm here to talk to you about distracted driving. I've been talked to you guys quite a few years. And I know on the agenda today is to lower the speed limit. So I figure I come in and bring this up as a topic. And that I know that the speed limit is a big issue and people don't pay attention to it, but distracted driving is something that everybody seems to get away with anymore, and it's not just cell phones, but it's, eating while you're driving, or putting on makeup for females, or shaving for men. It goes across the board. Anything that's portable and in your reach is a distraction, and also, it's the #1 killer of our American teenagers. I don't have where I got that fact at, but I do apologize on that note. And my opinion, I think that we need to higher the cost of the ticket, because right now it's a $60 ticket, $93 court cost, which is a slap on the wrist. Which means that it's the same thing as not stopping at a stop sign. Either way, you can take the chance of killing somebody, but if you're on the highway at K10, still in the Douglas County area, or in Lawrence, and you're driving on where it's 45 miles an hour, and you're distracted, and somebody has to stop abruptly to turn or something because we're going to miss the turn. The person behind them not paying attention is going to end up ramming into the person in front. And I wear my shirt today because I am a survivor of distracted driving. So, anyways, with that being said, I just would think that adding the distracted law, or distracted driving, and push up the amount on the ticket, but let the judge see where it goes from there, be more of important, also important as far as our speed limit goes. And so we would let the judge decide about it, and it's just like something I'm very passionate about. I don't want anybody ending up like I did. I'm still struggling. My car crash was in 2015, and I've been fighting ever since, trying to get the word out to and doing all the research I can to make this a serious thing. I mean, it being the #1 killer of my teenagers, or American teenagers, it scares the death out of me because I have 2 teenagers. And before Dave Cronin said that it doesn't we're supposed to be better than Manhattan, we're not better than Manhattan. Manhattan is better than us having their hands-free law, and they have decreased in 20% of their car crashes. So with that, I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there any other general public comment? Okay. In that case, we'll move on to our regularly scheduled agenda. The first one being receiving the staff presentation of the 2020 street maintenance program.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Steve Lashley. I'm a senior project engineer with Municipal Services and Operations. The city each year does comprehensive street maintenance work in the form of rehabilitation, mill and overlay, curb and gutter, patching, that sort of maintenance work. This year, we're budgeted for $4.61 million for that type of work. In conjunction with reviewing the work locations, we review the potential impacts of this maintenance with the bikeway plans or future bikeway facilities. If you had a chance to take a look at the map, it is shown as a comprehensive street maintenance program map, so there are a couple of CIP projects that are reflected on in Queens and a section of Castle, which has been reviewed separately in the design process for those types of inclusions. We reviewed the existing bike plan and have made recommendations to install marked shared lane markings, sharrows on the bikeway network on many of the locations that are attached. These sharrows, they're used on streets to indicate where bicycles will help position those bicycles on the road and also give visual cues for those vehicles, those motorists, to notice that bicycles should be expected on this corridor. The review summary, the bikeway improvement recommendations, we utilize the level of comfort model and matrix in helping make our determinations for those comparisons. We could look at the map in conjunction with this. I wish I could bring them side by side here, but in just going through some of the street locations themselves, as I mentioned, most of the locations on the list were recommended to attain this level of comfort of 3 or better, or sustain that level of comfort of 3. We've recommended including marked shared lanes at locations such as Crest Line, West 24th Terrace, Melrose, Delaware Streets, Fambro, 11th Street. We're actually able to improve that level of comfort on Fambro and 11th Street, moving it from a level of comfort of 4 to a 3 by the inclusion of the marked shared lanes. There's locations that already had, for example, Kensington already has a shared use path, so there was no change at that location. However, on 27th Street, adjacent to that, we are going to include some sharrows for continuity of that path. Lawrence Avenue and Louisiana Streets. Well, let me go back to Lawrence Avenue. We're only working on the southbound lanes from Mesa Way, Private Street, down to 6th Street. North of there on Lawrence Avenue, bike lanes already exist, but to be able to enhance, I think, in terms of continuity of a bike route, I'm going to include a sharrow just south of Mesa Way for as a continuation towards the intersection prior to where we have the division of left and right turn lanes and through lanes. Louisiana, from 21st to 23rd. In reviewing that, we did not feel it was feasible for the inclusion of the buffered or conventional bike lanes, just due to the existence of the pedestrian median crossing islands, as well as the gore marking locations to be able to fit those types of facilities in there. Since this is a maintenance rehabilitation, it's not a major geometric improvement type of project. But we felt to enhance that corridor and for the continuity of indicating the bike route, the bikeway, to go ahead and include some marked shared lanes, the sharrows. South of Louisiana, we are including the sharrows there as well from 23rd to 27th. They already exist from 27th Street towards Arrowhead Park, towards 31st Street, and then it jumps to a shared use path at that point. There's one location where we're actually able to improve it from a level of service to a 2 to a 1 on 7th Street between Tennessee and Indiana. But all in all, mostly what we're including in conjunction with the maintenance work is a lot of marked shared lane sharrows. I'd like to open up for discussion if you have any questions on the scope of work or questions on the bike plan or use of the level of comfort matrix.
Okay. So in the interest of process, I'd like to start with keeping it to technical questions from up here, just to kind of make sure that we clarify anything, and then we'll move on to public comment to kind of get the whole picture. And then once we've received public comment, we can bring it back up here for kind of a deeper dive discussion if necessary. So does anybody have any kind of clarification style questions first?
Steve, in theory, when does the 2020 program start? Because I know you're still wrapping up 2019 over on Harvard and some of those places.
Correct. The 2020 program, we're trying to get that out to bid here in March with the anticipation of award in April. So we're starting in May with a conclusion by the fall. So, in a lot of these locations in and around schools, the phasing would be performed probably during the summer months, in and around KU and around other schools, Louisiana.
Okay, thank you.
Just a technical question. The action on our agenda is to receive a presentation. Is there are you presenting this to the City Commission for their approval?
We're moving forward. This is our plan moving forward. I think we might be including it on a city manager's report to follow, but in terms of the plan, this is the plan moving forward.
So basically, this is maintenance, repair of existing streets, including bike lanes where possible.
Correct. Well, if we overlap with the bike lanes, like East 19th is a 2019 mill and overlay project that's still to occur as a carryover from Mass to Haskell. So when we go in and do the work, we'll be milling, taking off that surface, the asphalt surface, and relaying that and reestablishing the bike lanes that previously existed there. So anything that we get into that was existing, we'll reestablish. And a lot of these locations that are on the list are all new locations to get pavement markings installed in the form of sharrows.
There's no bike lanes, proposed bike lanes on any of the 2020 projects.
So just kind of a general question on the street repair program. Does street repair include street maintenance, like street sweeping and cleaning, or, occasional stripe repainting? Who does that fall under?
That would be under our general operations and maintenance, traffic division.
Okay. And I looked this up on Google because I've not heard of it before, but what is a gore marking for the general public?
When I described those medians, some of the extensions of those pavement markings, like the double yellow and the angled yellow markings that are down the center of Louisiana, for example.
Okay.
They're extensions kind of keep vehicles, start to weave them away from an obstacle that's in the road.
Okay.
Type of thing. So, or give like a turn lane, that sort of thing sometimes, so.
Thanks. So you can, it's all yours.
My turn. Steve, I'm used to seeing pavement condition index. Have you replaced that with level of comfort, or is that just?
No, the
dependent on
level of
what's on this
comfort is
pavement?
associated strictly with the bike ways plan.
Okay.
The PCI is separate from the street maintenance program, and there's we still have the PCI information that we had prior.
Okay.
But in terms of moving forward, there's going to be an additional collection of pavement condition, later this spring.
So you're just showing us any of the maintenance projects that have to do with bike lanes
Correct.
of any, or bike facilities
Yes,
of any kind?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm showing the overall street maintenance plan, which entails a lot of mill and overlay and curb work. And then in particular, I wanted to point out where we overlap with the bikeways plan.
And so the goal is to get to a level of comfort
A 3 or better.
3 or better. I missed that, I'm sorry. So there's just a couple on here that are 4s that,
Yeah, to bring it down from a 4 to the 3, it would have needed additional, like a conventional bike lanes actually delineated.
Okay.
And it was not recommended because geometrically, something would probably need to change to incorporate those bike lanes.
okay. So if a 3 is on here, you're saying that's fine? Or it just happens to be a 3 that's being addressed in a street maintenance project?
There's current levels that were already established there, and then I was just reflecting what is the goal in terms of what we want to get to in terms of improvements. Granted, it's still in some cases a level of comfort of 3, but we're going to enhance that with the inclusion of sharrows in locations, even though it doesn't really necessarily impact that level of comfort as that matrix reflects.
I'm sorry, I may have missed this too, but can you describe to us what condition would a level 3, is there a way to describe that condition as opposed to a 2 or a 1?
It's based.
Bumpier or?
Dave,
Yeah, the level of comfort is based off of the speed of traffic and the volume of traffic. And so depending on the street, it's dependent on the speed and volume.
Okay.
And so previously with our old bikeway plan, if we had future bike routes on a map, and if we were looking at the street maintenance plan and future bike routes, we'd say, hey, this is a future bike route, let's see if there's enough width and we can get a low-cost option to add bike lanes. And if not, we would put in sharrows. So the change with the new bike plan and having this level of comfort is the 3 is kind of a sharrow for a residential street by and large, that because the volumes and the speeds are lower, that you'll get a 3. And you won't have enough width to put in a bike lane or a shared use path or a cycle track or that sort of thing. So, so hopefully that explains it. We have a table that will, that kind of shows you it's in the bike plan, but that's generally speaking, it's speed and volume is what's going to control where it lands. So
I'm all set, Nick.
So I was originally going to ask if doing a stripe delineated bike lane came under your, jurisdiction instead of just sharrows, if it was a question of who gets to do what. It sounds like sometimes yes, but I don't see any of these on this particular column. Is that because they were all limited by geometry, as you were saying, with certain things like Louisiana? Or is there a cost implication as well, or there has to be design involved? What kind of limits us going from sharrows up to like a bike lane?
On the residentials, it would be the width of the street in particular,
Okay.
in most all those cases. On the collector type, like a Louisiana, Lawrence Avenue, I think there's other limitations that are, in particular, like with the medians that cause constrictions, and without it being a wider street to be able to accommodate actually inclusion of those bike lanes. That's why we're looking at making the recommendation of sharrows in a lot of these cases.
Okay. And for those sharrows, so I've only recently started noticing them around here because I usually try to stick to bike lanes if I can, but some are kind of squeezed off to the side of the street, whereas in other cities I've been to, they are right down the middle of the lane. They even say like bikes should use full lane. So is there kind of a method out there?
There is a method. The guideline is, per our specification, our details, is if there's no parking allowed on the street, like say a residential street on one side, then we would actually set it offset the center by 5 foot.
Okay.
As if so vehicles aren't parking and blocking where that sharrow, that marking is at. If there is parking allowed, then that's where you get the offset about 11 foot to indicate where that bicycle should be in relation to if there's vehicles parked along that corridor.
Okay.
And then other vehicles should know that to expect bicycles to be potentially out there further in the street. So,
Okay. Thank you.
you're welcome.
That gives me a question. Oh, you want to go?
Go ahead.
So in the case of these that can't accommodate a bicycle lane, is it because there's on-street parking?
In this Louisiana, well, we're trying to, looking at the goal is this level of comfort of 3 or better to be able to get from looking just at the 4s to the 3. It is all in relation to the width and be able to get a 4 or 5 foot bike lane included in there. We're restricted by, the existing pavement markings and the pedestrian median islands. And in looking at keeping that continuity along that corridor, it made sense in making a determination to keep that continuity going. If there wasn't any geometric improvements planned on that, but I'm not sure if David has anything to add on that, but.
I guess I'm trying to get clear on is the reason for the failure to put in a bike lane that we're accommodating on-street parking. And then we have to just use a sharrow instead of a bike lane.
Yeah, like Louisiana stuff, there is no parking along that corridor except like in front of the school, I think, in which the pavement marking actually kind of offsets a little bit through where the buses tend to pull up. And I know that they have a project that I think is extending their drive on site, so that might alleviate some of that. But generally speaking, there's no parking along these corridors, so.
Louisiana Street does present a problem for the cyclists because the side of the road is always in poor condition, and the storm drains are big enough to swallow a person whole with a bicycle. Are there going to be any changes made to make it safer for a cyclist, because they quite often get pushed off to the side?
We are including some curb and gutter removal and replacements along with that, and some inlet, top curb inlets on the storm drains, some replacements. Now, whether that, gives more room for bicycles, I don't know exactly. The new lids tend to be offset further back away from the back of curb, where some of the older inlets, they have like those grooves in them, and we would be removing those from that gutter pan essentially if we encounter some of those. There is a plan to do some removal and replacement of some storm facilities with this project.
All right. I think with that, I'm going to take it over to public comment. Thank you so far. We'll probably bring you back up soon. Does anybody from the public have a comment? The same rules basically stand still, 3 minutes. Please state your name and address and sign in, and that's it.
Good evening. My name is Michael Allman, 1311 Prairie Avenue. I have some comments on the program in general, and then a couple questions specific to my neighborhood, Brook Creek neighborhood. First of all, I would request that this commission make a recommendation to the City Commission to do away with sharrows in pretty much every application that we see them applied to. This program is a good program to combine street maintenance and then use the opportunity to put bicycle treatments on the new pavement. It's great. But using sharrows is a misuse of sharrows. Primarily, sharrows should be used as a signal within a context of a larger bicycle project, just to indicate location or direction, combined use, whatever, but not as a standalone. You'll notice that all of these projects are sharrows, nothing but. I mean, the program initially started in the early 2000s when the city had a policy when doing mill and overlay, whatever, that was the time to put in bicycle lanes or to right-size a street, to make it a complete street, whatever, but they weren't doing it. So we pushed for them then to take that opportunity and start putting in bicycle lanes. The first one being, an example, was 9th Street, west of downtown. That was the first one, where they mill and overlaid, put in the bicycle lanes, right-sized the street, with a center turn lane. That's, what the program really is for. This is just kind of a feel-good thing with sharrows. They don't do anything. If anything, you notice the level of comfort does not increase. But in some cases, the level of comfort for bicyclists actually decreases. Like, for instance, Crestline from 9th to 15th Street. Horrible for bicycles to have a sharrow on that street. Or, Connecticut Street is another place where the level of comfort is not, sharrows doesn't do anything there. So please recommend, don't use sharrows for this kind of application. As far as my neighborhood goes, the 7th Harper Street, I understand that is in the capital improvement budget for reconstruction. Is this the reconstruction project? Could somebody in staff answer that question?
Generally, we don't answer questions during public comment, but I will definitely be taking notes and keeping it in mind for our discussion later, so.
Okay, because that's slated for reconstruction. This might be a waste of money. My other question about Brook Creek neighborhood is this area. Hello? Won't enlarge? Here we go. That area was the 2019 street maintenance program, all those red lines, and the money was pulled from our neighborhood and put to West 6th Street, and I forgot where all, and that Naismith, that had terrible conditions. It's not on the list, but is that still part of the 2020? It was supposed to be deferred to 2020.
Sorry, Michael, I'm gonna have to cut you off. Sorry about that.
That's my question.
But I will, yeah, I'll look at him. Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this agenda item? Okay. Seeing none, let's bring it back up here for the discussion. So I think I can probably answer that first question, is that looking at the map, it appears to be mill and overlay, which is basically maintenance. It's not a full reconstruction, right? Sure. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Basically anything that's red, blue, purple, maybe red with yellows, that appears to be, just maintenance. It's different from reconstruction, right?
Yeah, the red is mill and overlay, so it'll be resurfacing. The purple is area patching, localized areas. And the blue is mill overlay and curb and gutter work.
Yeah. So basically, I believe, Michael, to answer your question, these aren't really full reconstructions that would necessarily require a totally different design or anything, like say East 19th Street. It's more of just kind of heavy maintenance is how I would look at it.
It's rehabilitation, yes.
Yeah. Okay. What else? Does anybody else have any comments about this or further questions for Steve?
Well, I would, maybe not for tonight. I'd be curious at looking at the analytics for Louisiana Street in more detail. I see a lot of bikes on Louisiana Street, and it being Carol's neck of the woods, I'm sure she does too. But I'd kind of like to just understand that better. I drive by there a lot, and I don't quite get, without a visual, the relationship between the crosswalk and the potential buffered bike lane. I also don't know off the top of my head how Louisiana Street fits into the bike plan. I don't know if it's a spoke or not, and how big of a deal it is to the overall bike plan. But those are my comments and questions specifically about Louisiana Street from 21st to 31st. Was that the project?
21st to 23rd, and then
21st,
over 20, then 23rd to 27th is the.
If you can address any of that, be my guest, but you may not be prepared to get into that level of detail.
Not at this point, besides what we already discussed.
Okay.
Yeah. It's constrictive location with the, the current width of the street and then with the pedestrian crossings and how it's pavement marked to accommodate that. It wouldn't be enough room for a bike lane and feasibly a driving lane to maneuver. And there's more obstacles there and be weaving in and out, so to speak.
All right.
I was thinking about the bicycle routes also. Louisiana Street's been part of the bicycle plan for a long time. And if we don't do a Cheryl, and I don't think they're safe, what is the alternative? Do we not have it as part of the bicycle plan, or what?
So I have the plan, the map up on my screen, and it's not part of the priority funding network,
Okay.
but it is part of the bike network. But it's not blue or yellow, it's just dash.
So kind of coming back to the discussions of Sharrows versus bike lanes and, geometry and parking issues and stuff like that. I guess I have a hard time believing that every single one of these streets is too skinny for a bike lane. I have a feeling there's some that I think you guys were talking about. There is parking on the side of the streets. This is kind of a sensitive subject, but has there ever been discussions about possibly taking away parking on one side of the street and instead providing a buffered bike lane? Or is that a whole nother department and design level? How does that topic get approached?
Well, I think those are some situations that we may get into on some streets that in the future where there is parking that may or may not get used a lot and may be better repurposed for bicycles. I think on these streets, other than Louisiana, most of them are all residential streets, which we don't typically put bike lanes on. And Louisiana is just too narrow, doesn't have existing parking. But there are certainly situations in the community where there could be a value decision between bike facility and parking on an existing width of a street where we're doing maintenance.
So Harper kind of looks like one of those where that could be the case, where it's a little bit more of a through street than it is kind of like a cul-de-sac. Therefore, I'm not super familiar with that stretch of Harper Street, but is it wide enough that there actually could be a discussion around having a bike lane instead of Sharrows? Especially if it's going to connect to East 19th Street. And I guess that as a broader question, I know we do our bike projects prioritization talks, once a year-ish. I guess I'm thinking if the Multi-modal Transit Commission were to have had a say in this, we probably would have looked a little bit more in depth at a couple of these opportunities to see could we replace parking with a bike lane in a place where it would kind of connect from one spot to another? Obviously, just looking at this map, I feel like I know Lawrence Roads pretty well, but not well enough to tell you right off the top of my head, oh yeah, these ones are perfect. So I guess this comes up every year. When do these streets get decided on? Is there any way that we could be involved slightly earlier in the process? And before I speak for everybody, is anybody else interested in something like that? Am I out of line here?
No, I don't think you're out of line. I think this is kind of the issue when we're faced with a decision it's made in too kind of a microscopic way. And I knew I need to supplement this with looking at the bike plan. I have those same questions around, are we just doing this because no one's considering removing parking on a street? Farnborough is one of the projects that is listed here. And it would seem like a climbing lane for bicyclists would make a lot of sense on that street. When you're going up the hill, if you can stay to the right and have a lane that's dedicated for the bicyclist, that would make it a safer ride. If you're having to just, take the road, to me, if there's a way to squeeze a single lane on an uphill, path on that, it would make sense. On the downhill, there's no need for a bike lane. You're going to be going about as fast as a car, but not on the uphill. Most people can't do that. We've talked about that in, I forgot which other context, might be 9th Street, having a climbing lane for a cyclist. It's just one side of the road. I don't think there's any cars parked there, but I don't know if the road is even big enough to accommodate a single bike lane on the north side when you're climbing up that road. So anytime there's an incline of a certain grade, I would assume we should be considering a bike lane for at least half the road, like whatever the climbing side of the road would be.
So
if there's a lot of cars. This one, I really appreciate this table. There's 5,000 cars that are going on that section of road. It's a lot of cars. West 11th has 7,000. Lawrence Avenue has 8,000. I just think if there's a chance to put a bike lane in there, that's going to be a more comfortable ride for anyone that's having to ride a bike.
So
Looking at Louisiana Street and a future bikeway is not very realistic because of the elevation of the street. It's not flat. It goes up, it goes down, there are a lot of little hills there. So it would be a major renovation.
So I feel like generally we're at a pretty good point in that what was probably not traditionally a venue to talk about bike lanes is now a venue to talk about bike lanes, the street maintenance program. And I think progress-wise, we're really going in a good direction here. Not to have you feel like you're blindsided or anything by like, why weren't we involved in this earlier? But it's just kind of part of a larger conversation that we've been having here a couple times here and there. That is, is there any way that we can get involved at a point where, looking from a multimodal, transportation standpoint, we could maybe inject a kind of a different viewpoint into stuff. So to that point, I'm assuming there's a pretty set process to kind of say, all right, 2020 is coming up. It's 2019, let's figure out which streets kind of need maintained the most, some kind of asset management inventory, for example, and then from there you kind of select and prioritize. Is there a point that maybe in the fall of 2020, we can maybe see the 2021 version of this? Whoever, I guess, would do that?
Yeah, I think there'll be some opportunities to look at it earlier as we complete our asset management inventory and reevaluate all the streets here this spring, and hopefully get to a better planning process where we develop a program out for a number of years, and that could also present opportunities to combine funds, for instance, bike ped funds and street maintenance funds, to do a larger project where we're not constricted with just street maintenance funds and doing a project now versus then, Louisiana Street, for example, if that was another, if that was a high priority bicycle project, doing that the next year. So there might be some opportunities going forward in the future with asset management in our inventory to collaborate a little better and earlier with the project, with all of our projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds good to me then. Yeah.
Nick, I want to make a comment about that, and believe me, I'm not forming a conclusion here. I'm asking a question. Mm-hmm. Is that good use of our time? And when we look at the time we have and the priorities that we have in the context of all this stuff, is that something that we want to kind of drill down on? And it's a question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should go into detail on all of these projects. I just think it could be an opportunity, for example, like, Michael may mention something early on of like, there's a street that's pretty primed for a bike lane, and then we could catch that earlier. And we're not going to look at every street in depth because that's not really our job, nor is it an efficient use of our time, I believe. But it could be an opportunity for maybe a street that's near and dear to somebody's heart and neighborhood.
Sure.
To be maybe caught early on, to kind of pick off a couple opportunistic ideas for where a bike lane might make some sense. So,
well, maybe we could look at it more in the sense of, rather than asking staff, hey, we want to look at it all and go through the whole thing, pick out a few that you guys think maybe Louisiana would be one of those, and spend our time discussing that, mm-hmm. as opposed to trying to look at the bigger picture here, which I think these guys handle pretty well.
Sure.
So
I think we've gone off on a tangent a little bit because they're just repairing the streets. Louisiana definitely needs that after all the construction last year. And I assume the other streets are full of potholes and whatnot as well.
Right.
Well, I want to clarify, I was looking at 11th Street. So that hill that goes up along JRP at KU, that's the hill that, I think is a good example of it could use a climbing lane. If there's any way to stripe that lane, I think it would be really beneficial, people that are riding there.
And then I was under the impression that the Complete Streets policy was sort of set up to address some of these things, that not only when you're building a new street, but anytime you're upgrading a street or doing some maintenance, then you apply this principle of complete streets and look for opportunities to put in bike lanes and make pedestrian crossings safer. And so I don't know, it seems to me that would be something to take into consideration, where we don't even need to intervene. It should be part of the policy and part of the protocol.
Yeah, there's, just note that, there's current levels here, a level of comfort of 3 on their status, and then it's not going to make a difference in terms of the level of comfort number shifting. It's going to be still a 3, even with the inclusion of the marked shared lane, but we're still proposing to include those. I mean, I guess one aspect is, you know, it's like, do we leave it at the level of 3 if the goal is to be at a level 3 or better? I mean, in terms of the improvement, we're pushing to include an improvement such that we have the markings on there, even though it ends up still being at that low, you know, that same 3 or better level. So I'd say that, you know, and a lot of that's because it's the low vehicle counts on it, but that really, it's not going to make a difference there, but we are still condoning, you know, pushing for those types of improvements to actually get the markings, you know, as indicators, as an improvement in continuity of the bikeway plan, so.
Well, I believe in the interest of time, and since we don't actually have a decision to make on this particular item, we should probably move on to the next agenda. So unless there's any last minute gotta have it comments,
I appreciate that this is the first time I think we've been presented the street maintenance program with the level of comfort. I really appreciate that it was put together this way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. All right. Who is presenting the Lawrence Loop plan? Okay. Jake's up.
There you go.
Good evening, Commission. I'm Jake Baldwin, Senior Project Engineer for Municipal Services and Operations. And I'm here tonight to give you an update on the Lawrence Loop project and ask for providing recommendation on turning restrictions at 29th and Haskell Lane. This project was originally received a TA grant from KDOT last spring. It consists of 2 segments, our 11th Street to 8th Street segment and our 29th Street segment. Updating you on the 11th Street to 8th Street segment, the city's brought in FLAT, the Friends of Lawrence Area Trails, onto our project team in light of our difficulties between the city and the consultant dealing with the railroad in getting approval of our preferred alignment. This project is behind schedule. We were originally slated to go to construction this summer with the project, but because of our difficulties gaining those approvals, we've slid our schedule. The project team is going to continue to meet to determine the viability of this preferred alignment and, if necessary, to investigate alternatives. One of our next steps is going to be to meet with KDOT to find out how much flexibility we have in the schedule to accommodate our endeavors on these alignments, recognizing the fact that if we want to continue pursuing this preferred alignment with the railroad, this may take years and not months. So to make that decision better as a project team, we really need to know how flexible our schedule is from KDOT. So that's one of the next steps we're going to take. Moving on to 29th Street, the consultant is under design. We're approximately at field check plans for this. And one of the lingering issues we've got is how to address the cut-through traffic on Haskell Lane. And if improvement is going to be constructed with these plans, we kind of need to give our consultant direction at this time as to what that improvement needs to be. So I wanted to jump in and give you a little background on this. I know a lot of you are part of the discussion moving back through the years. It seems how this originated in 2016 with the Traffic Safety Commission. And I think when that was originally discussed there, everybody realized, hey, we've got a lot of improvements still coming to the South Lawrence Trafficway and everything associated with that. So let's table discussion until we've got those improvements and see how things are functioning. That brings us to 2018, where staff brought traffic counts in to show the cut-through traffic from Haskell Avenue and 31st Street that were utilizing Haskell Lane. And we recognized at that time, well, we've got this shared use path coming on 29th Street, so we're creating kind of a conflict point between the trail crossing and this cut-through traffic. Moving into July of 2018, the Transportation Commission met again, and staff brought the issue back for recommendation and discussion, how to handle this cut-through traffic. The discussion was kind of centered around a concrete diverter at that time, which would prevent anybody traveling southbound on Haskell Avenue to continue southbound on Haskell Lane. And again, this issue was tabled because development was thought to be occurring in the near future, and it was the thought that this development might solve our problem with our trail crossing and eliminate the perceived safety hazard that we were facing. That development hasn't occurred yet, and we're getting to the point where our 29th Street shared use path is likely to be constructed before any development. So I guess staff is looking at, is there something temporary we want to do before that development may occur, whether that's delineators that you see in the agenda item or a concrete diverter. And again, the current design is showing the pavement marking and delineators to restrict turning movements that would prevent southbound Haskell turning left onto Haskell Lane. And again, if you're coming northbound on Haskell Lane and you've got those diverters in front of you, you would be able to take a left turn on 29th Street. You'd have to stop the stop sign before proceeding right and getting your access to Haskell Avenue. This option is not going to create a physical barrier. It's just going to be pavement marking and delineators. How other options are on the table, such as the concrete diverter, which is something similar to what you'd see at 7th and Rhode Island. If you everybody ever try to turn south there on Rhode Island, you cannot do it because of the concrete diverter. It's going to be a raised curb section, maybe 6 feet wide, with some plantings and a sign in it. So it's real obvious that a car cannot make that movement. However, there's enough room for a bicycle to turn and continue south on Rhode Island. And I think that kind of brings me through the discussion and the history of the item. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have with the update or the turning restrictions at this point.
Where exactly was the development supposed to go? And what, I guess, specifically were we hoping it might solve?
Well, I think we've got some expert opinion here later who can follow up on that. But these are the two properties here that I believe were under consideration at the time for development.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else up here?
The delineator, just to be clear, we're not proposing a structure. We're proposing delineated pavement markings.
In our field check design, that's what's shown on the plan. So you'd think like a double yellow pavement marking with those plastic delineators. In some discussions with our staff, I think that might not be the best option. We want to at least consider a raised curb and maybe the plastic bollards that we kind of demoed with the 13th Street Bike Boulevard is something that fire can run over and is going to pop right back up, and our field staff isn't going to be cleaning up all the time.
Okay. Well, if there aren't any other questions from up here, we'll take public comment. Thanks, Jake.
Good evening, I'm Kevin Frederickson. I live at 1371 North 1150 Road. And I own Eagle Trailer Company, and it is, on that map, it's a little triangle. It's about 1.7 acres at the end of 30th Street, which tees to Haskell Lane. I have a bike, I ride the trail, that East Lawrence Trail. A few years and maybe 20 pounds ago, I finished my third 100-mile race. I understand what the cyclists and the pedestrians go through, but I also have the business there, and there's other businesses there. There's the old E&E Specialties building, there's Brown Cargo, there's my business, there's United Rental, and the Card Lock store. The third group that's involved in this are the ones that need to be stopped, and that's what Jake was talking about, the people cutting through. And if we put delineators in, then my customers and my employees that go north would be restricted like everyone else. I don't know that the businesses need to be punished, and that's really the way I look at it. By eliminating access to the business, it essentially would only be from the south. If 30th Street and Haskell Lane was a three-way stop, I don't think people would cut through. They're just saving just a minute or two or if speed bumps were used, I think that would be a better solution. Unless you want to move the trail from 29th Street up, have it end at 28th and come down that sidewalk. I don't know how wide it is, 6 or 8 feet at Haskell. That's a straighter shot, and it might make the intersection just a little bit safer, but there's a similar situation at East 11th Street where people come through that crazy little intersection at 11th and Haskell, and right away there's a bike path. It's nothing like this. This is, people just have to, there has to be a way to just shave off, to just cause them a minute or two more time, and I think they'll stop using it. Also, I don't know if people consider all the students that come down from Peaslee Tech. They really, when the cut-through traffic is going north on Haskell Lane, they get on the 29th, and they're facing the students coming down from Peaslee Tech. Peaslee Tech, they've got to look way over their left shoulder, and all that equipment, all the traffic is rising up over that hill. They've got to miss those guys. We've got to take the traffic across the street into consideration. If they're turning right, it's easy. If they're turning left, it's really tough. So I would really rather a three-way stop be put in, or speed bumps. I mean, it's not my field, so I don't know what, but I think when cars turn off of Haskell onto 29 thinking they're going to go down Haskell Lane, then they end up, I don't know where they turn around. I don't know if they cut through the card lock store, if that's their new route. I don't know what they do. I don't know what a semi does or any car does if they're coming up north on Haskell Lane and they want to turn left to get to Brown Cargo or Praxair, and they can't. Well, then they have to turn and go right, and then they've got to go figure out some kind of figure 8 pattern to come back around and come off Haskell Avenue onto 29th Street. So.
Okay. Thank you. What's wrong with the timer? Okay.
Wait a minute. I'm not quite as tall as Jacob. Scott Zaremba, 1500 East 23rd Street. We own some of the property here. So the pieces that are under redevelopment start at this corner, come all the way down here, around this piece, across, and here. Okay, so that's about 31 acres there total. So I represent the owners of this property, this, and this. Okay, so pretty much everything that encompasses what we now call Haskell Lane. So reiterate what Kevin said, this is a crucial intersection today for us with the businesses that are in this area. Placing the restriction on here will cause a bottleneck, cause issues, because again, all of this area, everything we're talking about is either commercial or industrial. There's not any other type of zoned area in this, anything in this area. And I'll reiterate what I talked about several years ago was as this gets redeveloped, we see maybe a path here along that western edge. But today, with something we need to do to be able to accommodate everyone in this area and accommodate our increased biking, I'm still, 28th Street has much less conflict on this, with a bike path on the south side of the curbing compared to the south side of the curbing of 29th Street. These are all active businesses in this area. So this is a fuel card lock. We've got several businesses in here. You've got Praxair here and Brown Cargo that sits back in here. Very active area. When you come up to 28th Street, this now is actually blocked. They just park there. This is not used at all. The only thing they have is some access back on this point. And during Saturday and Sundays, there is not any activity back here for the most part. And so as an interim, the 28th Street access point, I think, just makes a lot more sense and will in the future, as these will continue to flourish. Those businesses will continue to flourish, and when we bring them down and try to bring them across all of these entry points, and then bring them across this entry point, it just doesn't make sense. And this will always, even if we do block this, we're still going to have all of these conflict points. When we come up here, we don't have nearly the conflict. And so in the interim, until something can occur here where maybe we can come up with a plan to bring them down, because I really think this is where ultimately they need to be, because I just love it if you're on one side of it is the wetlands, in a biking path. It just makes sense. It's a lot better than going through all the industrial park. Some people might want to see what the industrial is going on, but I got a feeling majority of them don't. And so for today, I'd like us to be able to look at 28th Street again. Jacob and I talked about that, and he said he hasn't pursued or has not seen what happened in the past for those. Why we never talked about 28th Street, I don't know, because we brought it up several times and they keep on pushing 29th. And when you physically go look at those two streets to see what they are, 28th Street, you can go zipping down at Charlie. You don't need anything because it's downhill. And so,
Which direction, though?
It's coming to the east. It's downhill.
Thanks, Scott. Gonna have to cut you off here.
Okay.
I'm trying to get better at cutting people off, so I'm working on it. Appreciate the comments, though. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
I'm Michael Allman, speaking for myself. A couple of years ago, I think it was, when this was being considered to be built at that time, without any treatment at Haskell Lane and 29th Street, I brought up the issue of the conflict and the between 70 and 90% of the vehicles cut through traffic, which, as I understand, is actually illegal to not stay on the main street of Haskell Avenue. And at that time, I tried to broker a deal because I knew what Mr. Zarembo had planned. And at that time, he had said that if he does do his development, which I do hope happens, it would be a great location, that he would include a bicycle path, a bicycle trail through that development, which he just noted this evening. He's saying on the west edge of that, back in 2018 or whatever, it wasn't clear where that would be. So I would still encourage that to happen, but at this point, like staff has pointed out, we don't know when that development's going to happen. So we have to do something. 28th Street, I would say, would be problematic for reasons Commissioner Bryan pointed out earlier. It's a very steep climb along Haskell to 28th, and then a steep climb on 28th up to the top, and then back down to the trail. It's just not conducive for bicycling. As far as what's proposed now, I think it's a reasonable compromise between the various positions of the city needing to get a connection, KDOT having connected the SLT trail to 29th and Haskell Avenue, right to that point, and servicing the businesses there. It's not going to prevent any access to any of the businesses. It's reducing conflict between the vehicle traffic, particularly the cut-through traffic, and bicycles. So I think this is probably the best we can do, and like you said, it may just be temporary until the development happens. My only concern is that this highlighted area of the plastic lane delineators as the separation between the eastbound and the westbound motor vehicle traffic on 29th Street, I'm question whether that's going to be that effective. Yes, it will theoretically prevent southbound cars on Haskell from turning left onto Haskell Lane, theoretically. I don't know, Lawrence has got a pretty bad track record with lane delineators, like on Iowa and 25th Street, and I think 27th, whatever. Cars just knocked them over and demolished them.
Thank you, Michael.
I think that's the case a number of times, and staff made comment on that. I don't see these as a...
Sorry, I know it doesn't say that we've hit 3, but Dave pushed it a little bit late, so
Okay, well,
it's
I
about
would
3.5,
say
sorry.
that a guardrail between there would be much more effective.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anybody else? Comments? All right, let's bring it back up here. So I had just a couple of technical questions to get out of the way that now I feel like I've heard conflicting viewpoints. I'm kind of curious what staff's view is on that. Is it actually legal to do a cut through on Haskell Lane instead of Haskell Street? I've never heard of a rule like that before.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, there we go. You're the expert. All right.
Hi, I'm Rob Neff with the Police Department. I'm actually in charge of the Accident Investigation Unit. So my plan is actually to come to a lot of these meetings, so if you ever have questions, I think, about law or enforcement, I'll probably be sitting here. But no, that it is legal to cut through there. The only time it would be illegal is if you cut through private property. So that is illegal, to cut through, say, a gas station at 23rd and Haskell to avoid the light. That's illegal. Anybody can use any public street, anywhere they want to go. The only thing that might make a difference is truck traffic. There are truck routes, and so maybe some of the big trucks couldn't go through there, but just a car can use the street.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What else? Okay. That's about all I have. And I'm actually going to be recusing myself from this discussion because my company's doing this, and advocating for a change would be advocating for a change order, really. So that's not great. So I will try to facilitate as best as I can, but it's up to the rest of you to make a decision on this.
I have two questions. On Haskell Lane, what is the traffic volume at its peak? And what was the other one? And what is the speed, the typical speed?
I don't have the traffic counts in front of you. I think Amanda may be able to pick those up.
If we link to the old memo that's on there, you should have it. I'd have to look at it. Because you have the link, right?
Yeah.
Carol, I don't want to cut you off, but I have something related to that. Can I jump in?
Sure.
My question would be traffic count and count for business use, access to the businesses.
Exactly.
Versus cut-through traffic. And maybe some of the folks out here can answer that question in terms of the businesses and how many customers come and go from those businesses on a normal weekday. But that would be good information to have, along with Carol's question for volume.
I believe so.
These are our drawings.
Yeah, but we're trying to find it first. Hold on, let me see this. Go to,
We're the ones who actually made
no,
the drawings.
I'm on iCompass. That's right.
Design.
Drive, go for it.
I'm just going to pull up iCompass. I'm just trying to pull up that old memo for you guys, because we have it linked, but we just gotta.
Is it the June?
I think it was the first one. There was 2 dates on there linked.
It says traffic counts on the...
Is it linked on there? It's taking a minute here. I'm sorry, I needed advisory boards anyway.
Steve, you want me to answer that now?
You can answer your
You
piece.
want me to answer what she's doing that or not?
It's up to Nick or...
Sure.
Sure.
So, we were just sitting there talking about that. United Rentals has a couple hundred that would go in. Eagle has 30 to 50 that go through it.
Daily?
Daily. And then we've got the fueling location that's there, the gas station that's there, and they're going to probably have 100 or more. And so that was part of the discussion about being able to maybe do something to slow people from going through there, because that doesn't bother us, just slow them down, and they'll maybe divert them as they go through. But by placing the barrier, then we're going to end up with an illegal situation where we have PD out there because they'll end up going through the gas station, is what's really going to occur in the real world, because it loops right around. or they'll go all the way across through United Rental.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Turn off Elmo. Where is it?
Here it is.
Doesn't give the nature of it, though.
I think that's it.
Thank you. Oh, you're good.
There we go. All right. This was right here. Let's see. It's been, when did we write this memo? 2 years ago, so it's been a while. But this is some of the traffic counts there. So southbound on Haskell to westbound 31st Street, there was 156 vehicles. Southbound on Haskell, using the signal, there was only 21 vehicles, so that was that, we were saying that percentage. So you had 156 vehicles that went southbound, and then northbound, should be on there. Eastbound to northbound, 126 vehicles on northbound Haskell. So that's some of the counts. Now, most of those are cut through. We didn't do cut through counts, but there's definitely, like, you can sit out there for any length of time and just watch cars pretty much, especially peak hour. You're going to have, probably during the day, you probably have more people in the businesses during the work hour, but during those peak hours, it's a majority cut through traffic. So it's still pretty low volume, but if you're out there in those peak hours, it seems like a lot.
Does that make sense, Amanda, in the context of what Scott mentioned?
It's hard to tell because some come from the south and some come from the north.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard to tell how much without literally sitting out there. So the only way we can do cut through traffic is to sit and count license plates at one end and at the other. And that's a lot of effort. So it'd be really hard to get that number. But there was here's some other older traffic counts too that had been done there. This was saying total southbound at the point was 400. And this is in a day. Yeah. So this had been an older study. It's been counted a few times and it's been a while, so it's not fresh in the top of my mind right now.
And the speeds?
I don't know that I had any of the speed data. It's hard. I mean, you're not really, we were taking them at the intersection, so it's probably pretty low speed. We weren't taking them further down on the street. We were taking them right around that kind of T intersection. So at that point, the northbound has come to a stop, and at that point, the southbound they've kind of made that weave, which they're doing a little faster, but it's still not going to be the speeds that, at once they're going straight. We were doing this more for counts than speeds at that time.
Is it labeled 35? Yeah. I think it's labeled 35.
Is it labeled 35?
The long stretch is labeled 35.
Does that help?
But it's not nearly that at those intersections.
So we will need to make a recommendation on what we prefer in terms of the diversion. Or, I mean, there's the potential that we may want to take this a step back. So I don't know which way you guys are leaning, but that will have to be decided at some point.
At intersection, everyone is driving blind. You can't see the other vehicles because of the way the streets are arranged. I know the city does not like three-way stops, but sometimes they work.
Is it Jake?
Yes.
Eagle owner? Eagle? Kevin. I'm not sure I understand your idea of putting is it a three-way stop or signal? Can you explain that a little bit better? Is there, which intersection are we talking about?
One on Haskell Lane.
It's at three-way stop at 30th Street and Haskell Lane.
So down at the
29th?
south end of it?
29th.
I think you mean 29th, right?
Do it for you. I think this is where he's
Right there.
Oh.
So right there in the middle
Three-way
of
stop?
Haskell Lane,
Yeah.
three-way stop.
Oh, what would that do?
That's not where the Lawrence Loop is aligned currently. It's on Haskell.
Well, I mean,
Avenue.
the objective would be to kind of deter people that are trying to cut through there.
Right.
Doesn't really affect the people that are going there
No.
for business.
Right.
I see where you're going with it.
What, does staff have any time to evaluate that option? Like, does that?
Well, we have time as we work through the other segment of the loop, but I would tell you that that would be very unlikely that would meet warrants for stop signs with the major street having majority of the traffic in the minor street, probably a very, very low volume. So I don't know if it would really be worth the effort. And as far as traffic calming, we don't like to use stop signs as traffic calming devices or traffic deterring. And so I don't really think it would be appropriate to put stop signs there on Haskell at 30th. We haven't done
It just
any
seems like it's a
counts.
pretty inexpensive way to see what happens. Like,
Has anyone ever?
a few $100s, right?
Sorry.
I'd be curious if that would get people to change their
That was our
mind.
intent, Charlie, was give an alternative that was simple, that would help deter and not interfere with the businesses. And that was our whole, was to blend all of those together and go, we can live with that. That's something that won't deter the semis and it won't bother any of those vehicles. And so it wasn't, as the staff said earlier to us, they didn't think that was something normal. We don't have a normal situation, and how can we deter them easily and not cause conflicts? That conflict on that corner is difficult until we redevelop.
Yeah, I would say we appreciate the looking at other options, but really, we want to, when we're putting in stop signs, we want to do it based off of warrants. And so, we could look at the volumes there, but I'm telling you, I just don't see it meeting warrants, and we really want to follow stop sign and warrants before we put up stop signs. So we would recommend against that.
When you all are ready to talk about the perspective of a biker, let us know.
I'm recusing myself from that one too, because I've gotten multiple times around here. It's embarrassing. So I'm not gonna say how much I need this.
And Catherine and I will flip a coin
Yeah.
to see who goes
I've
first,
got-
so.
I negotiate this intersection a lot on a bicycle, and so you have the southbound traffic on Haskell that swerves onto Haskell Lane does not stop. And so those are the ones you always have to really watch for, because they are not going to stop and they're not really looking for cyclists. The people coming from the south pull up to that intersection. Again, they are not really looking for cyclists. They make a quick little stop, but usually no car is coming from the left, so then they just turn on through there and pull out in front of us. So I'm kind of wondering, and I know you don't want to talk about stop signs, but has anyone thought about just putting a stop sign for the southbound traffic on Haskell so that they have to stop before they go through that intersection?
I'm not sure they would have the reaction time to I guess, digest that stop sign.
Put a stop ahead sign up on the other side of the hill. I think this is one of those intersections that needs to be almost, I don't know, everybody needs to stop before they go through there, because that's not happening now. I'm not an engineer, so I can't really design that, but.
You're talking about
I will,
Haskell?
Yeah,
I'm
29th
talking
and
about
Haskell.
people coming from the north on Haskell who then make that curve onto Haskell Lane.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't stop. They come flying through there pretty fast.
So you're talking about this turn?
Yes. Yeah, and they don't stop.
Basically stopping Haskell.
So as we looked at our development on this site, one of the things we looked at was that being a lit intersection. Because we think in long term, that's going to have to be something that is lit in order to have safe movement also coming out of Peasley, because Peasley's difficult to get out of also. So when we looked at it, we think that might be in the future if those aren't changed dramatically.
And then I just wanted to say your suggestion about making the bike lane come out temporarily on 28th Street, and I can do the hill because that gives me more exercise. I like it. It's a challenge. But if I'm coming then south to go down to the wetlands there, I still have to cross that street, and there needs to be some kind of signage or a light that I can push or something to get through that, or a cyclist.
Well, I won't repeat everything Catherine said. I agree with what she said. I wouldn't support 28th Street primarily, and I tried it because I got tired of coming close to losing my life at Haskell Lane. And so I tried 28th a couple of times, and it's pretty steep. But as Catherine pointed out, crossing 29th is bad news, any way you look at it on a bike. So I don't think that's a useful trade-off. Personally, I think the only way to make it safe for a bicyclist is to use some kind of, I'm not sure about delineation as opposed to a structure. And I just, quite frankly, don't see any way to get around it, be it a stop sign or some of the other solutions that we talked about. The traffic, this is dangerous. I mean, we're looking at it in a flat plane here, but the sight lines are really tough, particularly coming, going north on the shared use path and then taking a left onto 29th Street and then crossing Haskell Lane. The sight line to the south is really tough there. So we're talking about both directions here on a bicycle. And I'll just be really candid about my own personal feelings. I've been through that 200 or 300 times probably. And each time it's scary. You know, you stop and you look and you have to be very, very careful. And that's part of the deal biking. I mean, you know, we're not going to create environments where everybody that gets on a bike is totally safe around town. I just think this is an opportunity to improve something. And I personally support at least what staff is recommending for delineators. And we're not preventing traffic from getting into the businesses and customers from getting into the businesses. We're making it less convenient. Much less convenient, admittedly.
So one thing I think is the issue is people don't yield to people that would be using the shared use path to cross the street. And I believe that would be a, ticketable offense if you don't yield to someone on the pedestrian path. So I'm wondering what we can do to really focus on the failure to yield. If there's any way we can make the yield more obvious, like using some kind of signaling like the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, or if there's a way to extend the curbs so that there's a pinch point of some sort that makes the person driving a vehicle to kind of feel different about how they're navigating through this little, little curve. Anything that would maybe disturb their current mindless behavior and also increase the likelihood they would be clearly violating the law to not yield to a pedestrian or a cyclist that's using the sidewalk. I think even a bicyclist on the sidewalk would be treated as a pedestrian, right? Mm-hmm. If they're not in the road and they're in the sidewalk path, the crossing path, then failure to yield to that bicyclist would be just like failure to yield to a pedestrian. Then it would be a matter of asking law enforcement to step up, enforcement, which we've been talking about with the neighborhood traffic management program. Perhaps there's some other way to get the poor behavior of the drivers to be more dealt with using law enforcement. And I don't know much about that intersection and how you can change the curb radii, or if it just is about bulb outs or something, but that still allows people to come through, but it doesn't feel the same maybe in terms of how simple it is to zoom through it. I don't know, does any of that seem reasonable? Would that make any difference?
Well, the curb radii may be tough because it's there for the large trucks that are turning.
They don't mind mounting something, right? I mean, if it's not built like a, abrupt edge, but if you're driving, you might feel like maybe that's noticeable. I don't know. I mean, I've seen other, right at Main and 6th Street, going to the hospital, you can mount the curb. Most cars don't. I just think, is there a different way of, if you're going to put in, concrete along there to make the path available, is there anything different you can do with that crossing that makes it tight enough that a person is going to have to stop and think before they just zoom through it? And if that helps them with yielding, and then maybe also adding the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, so that if someone feels like they're stuck there and no one's stopping, they can push the button.
All right, so to try to distill the various things that were going on here, I guess the first choice is, does anybody propose trying to take a step back and move the general alignment to 28th Street? I'm not hearing any support in general up here for that. Is that correct?
No.
Based on basically topography, access? Okay. So in that case, since that's off the table, for the 29th Street alignment that we are looking at, is there still support for some sort of traffic control diverter, barricade, what have you?
This is a collector? What's this considered?
Haskell would be, it's either a collector or minor arterial.
Haskell Lane?
I think it's a minor arterial.
Lane or
Haskell
avenue?
Lane?
No, Haskell Lane is local street.
So we could put a raised crossing there? I'm just thinking of things that we've used for calming.
Or what other countries do for that as well. I mean, like a raised bike crossing is really common in the Netherlands to basically say you are going from a main street to a not main street and bikes are going across this, so watch out.
I mean, a raised crossing would help facilitate the flow of people that are using the trail. I mean, it
I'm
seems like
guessing there's
people.
storm inlets associated with that intersection.
Well, remember a few months ago we talked about possibly a raised bike lane on 19th, and yeah, there were some accommodations need to be made for storm water, but I just feel like we're more creative about how that crossing is designed than maybe that in itself starts to discourage people that are driving to use that cut through. Or maybe not, but at the very least it might slow them down. If you're on Castle, if you're going off onto Castle from 8th Street now, I don't know if it was intentional, but there's a raised crossing. If you're on 8th, you gotta go up, and then suddenly you're on Castle. That seems pretty inconsequential. I don't know, stormwater and all that stuff, but it feels like it starts to treat the crossing differently, which makes everyone act a little differently. And maybe there's a different way to do the crossing so that it minimizes the feeling of risk that a pedestrian or cyclist has. But I just even think about the way you have to make the turn on there. It would be nice if it was a straight path. I don't know if that's part of the, I have to go back to the drawing that you guys presented us.
Not really. I think it is. So I think our major decision at this point is, as the drawings stand, do we agree with there being a barricade or delineation at all? Or do we want to consider alternate methods? Or shall we take a vote on it? I mean, it sounds like there's maybe a couple different opinions up here, so.
I mean, I'm looking at this drawing, and it would seem to me like you're going to have to cross this carefully. And if there's a way to take that, I'm assuming this is at least 8 feet wide, and create a raised crossing all across that's 8 feet, it would feel like those two pieces of the loop would be more, and they would feel literally connected. Instead of having to go on a road to cross and then get back on the loop, it would feel like you're still on the loop. So.
Yeah, I would say the raised crosswalk would be probably an option. I mean, it would slow the turning traffic down there, but it may reduce cut-through traffic a little, may not eliminate it.
It should make the crossing safer for those that are using it.
Safer than it is now, yeah.
Right. So, I mean,
What about narrowing?
Narrowing the street?
Narrowing the crossing. Making the crossing shorter. and then making it raised. And a little more of a, less of a curve and having to negotiate that, I think. The more straight that path can flow, I think easier it's going to be for someone who's on a bike or.
Are there limitations to how tight the turn radius can be simply because this is an industrial zone and trucks are longer than cars? Is there a concern in that, or is this open for discussion?
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't want trucks off tracking over the curb, especially where there's curb ramps too, because it gives the wrong impression for folks or pedestrians that are on a curb ramp, and you have trucks that can't accommodate the turn. So I think when it was designed this was reconfigured with the South Lawrence Trafficway improvements, and I think the designers at the time thought that was the best design for the curb radii based off of the, assuming they used the semi-truck as the design vehicle. But I think, Haskell Lane's not a really wide street, so I don't know if narrowing it would accomplish a whole lot. A raised crosswalk would be an option. I think it'd be something we'd have to look at a little bit with design and stormwater, and I don't know, is there anything else, Jake, that you have?
No, I think that's pretty
Any thoughts? So.
Would the rectangular rapid flashing beacon be appropriate in that location?
Potentially.
I don't know, I'm just thinking, how do we make this feel safer to anyone that has to cross it? Because right now, it doesn't feel safe. And trying to just get people to not use it maybe has some unintended consequences for the businesses. So if the crossing can be better designed, then maybe that is the best of all worlds that are possible.
I would agree with you, Charlie. I think we need to explore something like that. I'm afraid of blocking it because we're just going to set it up for people to turn around in the gas stations. I mean, that's just going to happen. We're just asking for that.
And I think something that happens when you have the rectangular flashing light is that it stops the cyclist and the pedestrian as well. And sort of like if they're thinking about pushing that light and alerting traffic, then they're also stopping and paying a little bit more attention to who's coming from all those directions. So I think it helps.
So hearing,
I think with a flashing beacon, you also set up the scenario where you could queue backed up traffic into Haskell Avenue. You get 3 or more cars there, you may have that scenario, so that's something to consider as well.
That would certainly dissuade cut-through traffic, it sounds like. So I'm starting to hear a little bit of a consensus building up here. I would, in the interest of time, try to entertain a motion from somebody bold enough to think that their general recommendation has the consensus of everybody else, or at least a decent amount of consensus, to either study it more or to suggest what we have in front of us, or recommend something that's not on the table but has been discussed already. So
go ahead, Charlie.
Nick, before I have a question for Dave. If we choose to explore this further, what's the timeline?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
We're still working on that. Again, we need to know what KDOT's going to allow us to do with the flexibility to schedule depending on the northern section from 11th to 8th Street. So we do have some time here within the design schedule of 29th
So you're not ready to build the 29th
No. These will be constructed at the same time according to KDOT's schedule.
Oh, gee, so this is way down the road.
At the moment.
At the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So essentially, we would have no changes at all for a long time.
Unless discussions with KDOT.
Unless the schedule changes. If we choose to defer and look at further options, we're looking at months at least to keep it exactly the way it is now.
Unless discussions with KDOT allow us to let this separately.
Got it.
As a separate project.
Got it. That's a problem for me.
What, the waiting?
Yeah.
You want to wait or you don't want to wait?
Pardon me?
You want to wait or you don't want to wait?
I want something, I think it's important to do something as soon as possible at this intersection to make it safer for bicyclists. And if we defer this, and that may be, the best of all worlds, all things considered, but this situation needs to be addressed as soon as possible. And it's on the loop. You know, don't lose track of the fact that this is on the loop, and it's not just bikers like Catherine and I that ride it. It's all ages, all the time.
I gotta be honest, I didn't quite understand the KDOT issue. Jake, could you explain that again? What does KDOT have to do with this?
So KDOT administers the TA grant and is in charge of the project schedule.
Okay.
So what we don't want to do is push projects off long enough to where KDOT's getting the impression we can't deliver projects, could jeopardize future funding.
I gotcha.
So before we want to push anything too far, we want to have that discussion and make sure we're not going to get in that situation.
And this project is basically under the same umbrella as the BNSF alignment for the upper part of the Lawrence Loop as well? Or
From
is-
11th to 8th Street.
So since that's not going anywhere anytime soon, we do have to push out the whole thing anyway, right? Simply because that's not happening right now.
Depending on where the alignment goes from 11th to 8th Street, I think that's probably going to dictate our schedule. If the project team comes together and decides this isn't going to work, we're going to go this way, and that alternate alignment proceeds quickly, then we're not looking quite so far in the future.
I have another thought. What about, and we've done this with the bike boulevards, we did it at Naismith Drive and West Campus Road. We put in some temporary devices to see how it goes, right? Could we put some delineators out there and see how it goes this summer? I mean, we'd get something done soon that would help the safety of the bicyclists. The businesses could test whatever events would occur or not with their businesses, and we might actually be able to make a more informed decision with real data. And I may sit here 6 months from now and say, gee, this really doesn't work for everybody. And we'd know that. But I'd probably vote for that pretty quickly. In the meantime, explore other options.
So can you help us understand how the timeline would be impacted if we decided to go, as Steve's saying, versus with what I'm saying? Like, is this a difference of 6 months before we see something, or is it just a matter of a month?
Oh, we have enough time to look at another option and/or try a temporary installation.
So either one is, in terms of how it impacts the timeline, it's not significantly different?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, I'd like to see a proposal with a raised crossing, because I think that's just actually a better design. In fact, I think anywhere the Lawrence Loop is crossing a street, if it's a practical option, I'd like to see that happen. I know we can't do it across Iowa, right? But if it's a collector street, I think it follows city policy. So that just helps make the Lawrence Loop easy to navigate. And I think it makes everyone feel probably safer that their path is prioritized over the people that are crossing their path.
Well, Charlie, we could probably argue about this all night, but I would say a raised crosswalk would make it safer. I would just say absolutely.
Okay.
But is that safe enough?
No. But I've also seen communities, I think Madison, in a lot of the areas they have a trail somewhat like this that has raised crosswalks along it. So when you come to a raised crosswalk, you go bike path. It registers in your mind that there's something there rather than, so I don't know if that, just thinking about the idea of if something crosses the loop and there's a raised crosswalk there, eventually people would start to associate that with crossing the loop.
Yeah.
And so, long-term picture, I think that's a really good idea. I mean, is it safe enough? No, probably not. So, I mean, maybe a combination of things would be good, but I do think that's a really good idea, raised crosswalk to make people more aware.
I was thinking that since the street is already narrow, I think we're all in agreement that a raised crosswalk is a good idea. I think we should exaggerate it somehow, either with how we bring it up to the curb or something, so that it draws their attention. Do it with their view, their driving view.
So, would somebody be brave enough to put forward a motion, now that we've discussed basically what the motion's gonna look like? It cannot be me, though.
Go ahead, Charlie.
I move that city staff develop a proposal with a raised crossing and any other treatments that might enhance the safety of the intersection or the crossing, which could include the rectangular rapid flashing beacon. But I don't want to be limited to that, so I'm just saying any other safety enhancements.
Second that.
Before we go to a vote, Steve, your idea of potentially trying these delineators in the meantime as a temporary and means to maybe gather data in the meantime, is that something that you wanted to put forward as a motion, or?
I would.
That's the one thing I saw that was kind of.
I would prefer that be part of the motion that Charlie just presented.
That's what I was trying to get clear on the timeline, like how long is it going to take you to throw down these delineators versus bringing us back something? Can we see that in the next, could we see a presentation of this new proposal and see data about how the temporary installation works? So.
It would depend on our field staff being able to go out there and put them in, so I can't really give you a firm commitment on the time, but it should be within a month or two. So early summer, maybe we could bring something back. I mean, through the design option showing a concept of the crosswalk and how it would look wouldn't be too much work.
Like next month, we could see that?
We'd need to check with our design consultant and their schedule and timeline, but probably within 2 months.
I mean, Steve, that's what you're looking for, is just, can we do both?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to get public comment on that idea. I'm open to that motion, to make that amendment to the motion, to also move forward with the temporary installation of traffic delimiters as proposed.
Would it be possible to provide time for, say, 30 seconds worth of comments for whoever has a very strong opinion? I don't think we've done that before, so it's kind of entering new territory here.
Yeah, I'm
All
fine
right.
with it.
30-second statements, if anybody's interested.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Chris Tilden. I live at 1121 Williamsburg Court. I am a board member of Friends of Lawrence Area Trails, so we're very much in support of building infrastructure to enhance the experience of Lawrence residents and visitors using the trail. So I would support the motion on the table to look at alternative treatments to create greater safety for everyone using the trail.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Next up. Sorry.
Hi, Michael. Excuse me, Michael Allman again. Yeah, I think the raised crosswalk is an excellent suggestion. I think of the loop crossing at 15th and the Burrows Creek Trail. It's a raised crossing and it works really well. Another raised crossing, it's not part of the loop, but still the Naismith Valley Trail and 27th Street works very well. The point, I think, should be that it be an aggressive enough incline that cars would really notice and slow down and maybe even rethink going through there.
Thank you.
Very aggressive incline. Thanks.
Yep.
Scott Zaremba. I agree with Michael. And Charlie, I think that's a great alternative. I understand Steve's concerned about wanting something today, crossing, but that will accommodate all the businesses there and do what we were talking about wanting to do with the stop signs, which is try to limit that traffic on that street. That doesn't bother us as long as the consumers can come and go and the semis can move across it. And then, you know, what Aaron said about that's what they've done. And so now you start realizing that in your community, whenever you see one of those, that's a crossing area. So it's going to start to click that that's some place where you're going to have people crossing. And so I really like that idea.
Thank you.
Got.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Question?
Yeah, just specifically, if we were to temporarily put in the delineators, you know, do you have an opinion on that?
Well, it's going to cause a lot of confusion, a lot of problems, and you'll end up with having wrecks there because all of a sudden we slap those up without any other warning and anything that's going on. They'll end up going through. I mean, real world, you can't temporarily do something like that in our world where we are. The trucks will have a hard time, and by the time we do that, we might change. I mean, your alternative that you've brought forward is one that I think is just a win-win for everyone, and I love the idea, and I love that idea of creating something that delineates the path.
Okay.
I still don't like where it goes on 29th because we're crossing all those other guys, but so be it. I mean, safety.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I like the idea of the raised crossing. I never would have thought of that. Probably ought to be at every crossing that the loop's at. I don't think the delineators are necessarily the best idea here when people are going south on Haskell Avenue and turn onto 29th Street expecting to go to Haskell Lane and then suddenly see the delineators. They may pause or stop, and now they've stopped in the middle of a turn, and then the car behind them would never expect that.
Thanks. Anybody else? All right, so I'm going to say the motion stands by Charlie to develop a proposal with raised crossing at the bike path and possibly other treatments if appropriate, as determined between city and the consultant, and do not currently put up temporary diverter barriers. So I'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Oh, sorry.
Motion on the floor, now we can discuss it. So, Steve, did you have anything left to say?
Well, now, does the motion include temporary delineators?
It does not.
It does not?
No.
Okay.
So feel free to vote how you feel.
I still think it would be a good idea to try it. You know, I do understand what the business people are saying, though, and that could be a challenge, but I'm just going to err on this, or not really err. I'm going to support the bicyclist in this case, and most importantly, that would get something done quickly that would be safe, at least up to the point where if a raised crosswalk makes sense, take the delineators out. But this right now, I think, protects a lot of people that use that intersection. So that's where I'm coming from. We have a vote here, so.
I'm thinking that the crosswalk should be raised anyway, if it's part of the loop. So if we need to go back and do more, that we still have time. I think we should get the crosswalk out of the way.
I would agree, and Steve, I don't disagree about the delineators, but you do something temporarily, and I think it's going to cause more problems than we're really solving potentially with the crosswalk, my opinion.
I would be for amending that to do the delineators also, though.
Amending the motion.
So I would say, since I'm not entirely sure how to handle competing motions, I would say we vote on this one, and if you dissent from the motion as it stands, then you can propose a counter motion if it doesn't pass. Is that how this normally goes? We've not been in this situation before.
Well, I mean,
yeah, or you can accept the change, I guess.
Open to accepting it. I'd like to hear from staff, like,
I won't accept
this idea of putting a temporary installation. You've done it before. You're proposing potentially doing it in the neighborhood traffic management program. So help us understand how you would help people not be surprised by the installation, and how long does a temporary installation how long should people expect it to be there? How does that communication go out to them?
Well, we need to do some communication. I think we would need to have some advanced message boards on Haskell, and then work with our public involvement person to get some strategic messaging out to inform people of the change. As far as the duration, in other instances that we've done, we've done it for about a month or so, So I think a month would give you enough time to see how it works. The thing is, sometimes when you put things in like that, if you say temporary and then it ends up staying longer, and so we'd need to be pretty specific about what our intentions are, what we want to get out of it, as far as reviewing how things work when we put them in. But yeah, I would commit to a month being long enough for us to evaluate it. And a month to
prepare people for it?
Yeah.
So by that time, we would probably have a proposal for a raised intersection?
We could certainly have a drawing within that time, but it won't be constructed until the project is constructed, which could be late this year or next year, depending on the schedule of the other segment.
So then, Steve, your concern is, could we do something, see if it actually maybe works without the unintended consequences that people might think? And if it does work, we'd make it a permanent installation. And then later, build the raised intersection. So you'd have both?
Yep.
Okay. I guess I'd like to know when we would know if we thought it was a ineffective countermeasure. Like, collect data, how would we know if it fails? My concern is it's likely going to do more to activate the people that use that area. And so then we should expect then more people to show up to give us feedback, most likely negative feedback. So then how are we going to respond? Do we have are we ready to, hear that out and then say, no, it's going to be permanent? Then ask those people to go to the city commission and ask for it not to be permanent? So I'm just thinking through, like, how convinced are we that this is a measure that we're going to see in the community?
I don't think we need to necessarily assume it's going to be received poorly.
Help me think about who's going to say yes to it. I don't hear that yet. I'm not, like the Naismith one, that was a horrible intersection in KU's. I forgot exactly. It was Naismith and
Crescent.
Yeah. And it was perhaps change, and that caused people to be upset. But overall, those that use that intersection, I know my experience feels much easier to get through. And I'm not feeling the same, like, I can't intuitively have that same reaction here. I can imagine turning and then going, what happened here? And also the frustration of someone who's trying to turn west if they take Haskell Lane. And I don't think they can do it. Those delineators are there. So it feels like it has a lot of unintended consequences to more than just the north-south type of traffic.
Yeah.
So.
Does the whole project have to be done at once? Or could we do the crosswalk, which everyone agrees with, and then work on the rest?
It all needs to be done at once. It's all part of the plans for the project for 29th Street. So the temporary installation can be done with our in-house field staff. And then it could be made a little more permanent, or we use better ballers than just the glue down ones that are hard to maintain with the project, replace them. But as far as like the crosswalk needs to go in with the rest of the shared use path on 29th Street, so that should all be done at once.
Well, I'm not taking this personally, but I would suggest to move this ahead, Nick, that we take a motion without the temporary delineators and get a vote. And if someone so chooses to make another motion on temporary delineators.
That sounds easy. Let's do that.
That person may do that.
Yeah, I was kind of trying to figure out how can we get these competing things together, because I think they're independent enough that we can decide on both, so. All right. The motion from Charlie still stands, just about bringing back an updated version of this plan with a raised crossing and potentially other options. It's already been firsted and seconded. All in favor of that exact motion, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All not in favor, say aye as well. All right, that motion passes. I would also entertain a motion regarding the idea of temporary barriers that have been discussed.
Well, I would like to make that motion that staff consider a temporary installation as drawn on the plan and presented earlier with the delineators, and basically leave that detail up to staff in terms of how soon you can do it and how you can deal with the public aspects of that.
I'll second that. And I'm assuming that we'll do the delineators first. We've got the crosswalk that's going to be part of the final project, and then we'll wait and see what happens with the delineators.
Any discussion on the issue before we vote?
So just, I want to make sure I'm clear. So what we're
It's basically
recommending is staff move forward with the temporary installation of the delineators.
using your discretion in how long to do it, how to collect the data, how to do the public outreach on that, and I guess bring it back to us once there is sufficient data captured from the temporary installation. Is that what you're going for, Steve?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
How do you guys feel about that?
Well, I think
curious because I think this idea of doing, it's kind of the try it, see what happens. It's still pretty new, so is this the sort of project that you're thinking? Yeah, this would be a great opportunity.
Well, it's always better to try it on a temporary basis than to put it in the plans and have it permanent, because it can. And so, I mean, those things can be removed fairly easily, and so it's worked well in the past. Nate Smith and Crescent was a good example. We'd used a lot of delineators, put them down, and it worked pretty well and did the permanent project. So, and in the meantime, we can look at engaging our consultant to see if there's other design options with a crosswalk to improve the crossing, and that'll just be included in the plan. So, as far as we'll work out timing, so it'll take a little time to put together a plan to do it, but I think we have the equipment to do it, and just a matter of executing the plan and then bringing it back for feedback. So we could probably do that early summer and still keep everything else pretty much on schedule as we work through.
Do the installation early summer, or the plan to do the installation?
No, bring back the discussion.
Okay.
After they've been installed.
Cool.
We didn't vote on Steve's motion.
We have not yet, because I was, still doing the discussion. Does anybody have anything else to say on that particular motion on the floor? All right, well, in that case, all in favor of allowing staff discretion to do a temporary installation of diverters at 29th Street and Haskell Lane, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All not in favor? How interesting.
3-3 fails.
I'm recusing myself, so I can't. This doesn't happen very often. What do we do?
What was the...
Fails? Okay.
3-3.
Okay.
3-3, it fails.
Motion fails. Okay. Oh, Motion fails it is. In that case, you guys know what you gotta do. Basically take the idea to do a race crosswalk back to the consultant and
I probably missed this. Can we get the recording of who was in favor and who was not?
Carol?
it was Steve, Carol, and Charlie in favor, and Catherine, John, and Aaron against.
I was kind of curious how it was going to work out. Honestly.
That's not what I would have guessed.
I wouldn't either.
Let's move on.
You know, I mean, we're asking staff to do this sort of work, right? You guys are imagining like getting a bunch of equipment so you can do temporary things, and that's part of public engagement. So I don't think it's going to work out. Like, that's my hunch. But I'm eager to see how would staff handle that, and how would we react when the public comes up and says, this was not a great idea. One question in my mind is, when do we say yes to these things? Like, we ought to probably have some coherent approach.
Seems to be kind of a case-by-case basis on this point, because the Bike Boulevard idea on 13th Street did have exactly this, basically the temporary installation, and we did get feedback and we got data. So I think there are still chances. I mean, that wasn't the last time that we had the opportunity, so. I would push for a 5-minute break. We've been up here for 2 hours and we have more to go, so I don't think I need a motion for that, so. I'm gonna start promptly at 8:05, so. Thanks. Good to go. I mean, who needs Dave, right?
You want to wait for Dave?
No,
I don't think so. I think you can just start going, actually.
Maybe you left me hanging, huh?
He's right behind you, so this should be good. All right, we're going to start on action item number 3. Dustin, take it away, please.
Hey.
At a safe speed.
Dustin Smith, Senior Project Engineer with MSO. I'm here to talk about speed limits on residential streets. So recall last month at the study session, we talked about lowering the speed limit on the residential streets. And then I believe it was just the next week, the city put out an online survey asking residents what their preferred speed limit on residential streets would be. Majority of the responses preferred lowering it from the existing 30-mile-per-hour limit on residential streets. And so based on the research reviewed and the surrounding communities that have lowered their speed limits from the Kansas statutory limit of 30, those cities have gone to 25, and so our staff recommendation would be to lower the residential speed limit to 25. Of course, this would be in concert with the 5 E's of education and encouragement, which would be rolled in with our public education and outreach campaign that's going to be starting in August, and then evaluation, enforcement, and engineering. The proposed fiscal impact to the city is a very back-of-the-envelope number at this point of $100,000 to replace existing speed limit signs and/or add new speed limit signs for 25. So we are ready for the action of the commission to provide a recommendation for speed limits on residential streets.
Okay. Any questions of a technical nature from the commission first?
For the number of speed limit signs, would this increase the total number of signs in our community, or would it just be replacing current signs?
It would be an increase.
Increase, okay.
Anything else? All right, we'll turn it over for public comment.
Since I'm the public here. Hi, my name's Phil Collison, and I'm for the 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in residential zones. And I thought we were going to hear about 8th, 11th to 8th Street on the loop report, too. So we just talked about 29th in the turn, so thank you. That's my comment.
Okay. So fast.
Hear from the officer.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for him, too. Okay, well, sounds like that's it for public comment, so let's bring it back up here for further questions and discussions. John, you want to start us off?
I think a couple of us have questions for the officer. Sure. When he gets a chance.
Rob, right?
Rob, yeah.
Sweet, okay.
Thank you.
Got that right.
I think at one of our previous meetings, there was discussion about the threshold between the limit and ticketing. At 30, you would ticket someone at 36, roughly? I know it's up to the individual officer's discretion, but I know they're trained. What's the book say?
The book, technically, 31 is speeding.
Okay.
Technically.
But I
don't think you want to be known as a community where it's like a speed trap where you're getting people for 2 miles an hour over or something.
Right. So 30 would be 35, you would ticket 36?
Once again, there's no rule. It's a personal preference. As a general rule, 5 to 10 miles per hour over.
Okay.
How's that?
So at 25, you're going to have certain section of the population still driving 30 miles an hour. At 20, you're going to have segments of the population driving maybe as much as 30, but 25 for sure.
Oh, yeah, people will always speed.
Right, okay. Okay.
So I'm kind of curious, in your experience, what sort of, I guess, magnitude of accidents do you see on kind of lower speed residential streets that you could attribute to speeding? Is it kind of an epidemic, or is it kind of rare and few?
It's very few.
Okay.
Actually, I have the stats, but speeding as a contributing factor on accident, I believe is number 29.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually very low.
Is it mostly distracted driving?
I have the actual stat. What I do believe, though, is that speeding increases the severity of an accident.
Exactly.
Although it may not be a cause of it, it increases the severity.
And the potential for a fatality if it was a car to pedestrian accident, right?
Yes. The most recent one will be on Haskell Avenue where they hit a moped, he was speeding.
So, just out of curiosity, what's your take on this? Do you have any particular speed limit?
I think it's out 25 in a residential. I think you'll find that actually most residential streets are not posted because the understood rule is 30.
Yeah.
So they just don't post them. So you would pretty much have to post every street now.
Which might, would that, in your opinion, increase the likelihood that people would comply? Seeing the 25?
I hope so. How's that? I hope so.
He just isn't going to answer anything.
Well, now, I have to be careful.
We understand.
I'm a very direct person, and I'll tell you exactly what I want to say, but I got to be careful in the setting. So, but I hope so, that it would slow them down.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion?
I actually have to confess that I was surprised by the results of the survey.
What did you think was going to happen?
I thought people would be coming out of the woodwork to say, keep it at 30 miles per hour. So I was surprised that the majority said 20 or 25. So.
I question what the results would have been had we not given the 20 option.
I'm sorry, John, I didn't hear that.
Had we not given 3 options and we only given 2, what it would be like? In other words, 30 or 25? Because I think my perception is from several people, dropping from 30 to 25 wasn't a big enough impact.
I read through the responses on the survey, and it struck me that everyone was answering the survey from their personal experience. And I think that as we move forward with this program, we need to explain how we got where we are. We're up here talking to each other, and we understand, but the public needs to be brought into the conversation. I think that the public, well, for one thing, I think we ought to include some driving psychology. Was that the term? There's a lot of articles on it now. We should be including that. We need to explain to people the difference at driving at 25 and the difference of driving at 30 or difference of driving at 20 miles per hour, what a person is thinking at the time. We need to bring out how many neighborhoods have asked for relief. We need to give all of that background before we come up with these decisions, because when I read the paper, I think, where'd they come up with that? That sounds like a harebrained scheme. You hear that all the time. We need to explain what we're doing.
Would I be correct in assuming that part of the neighborhood traffic management plan is taking into account exactly those sorts of things in terms of how to educate the public on why we're doing this? And though this may seem a bit premature because the NTMP hasn't been fully rolled out because we're not quite there yet, well, I guess it kind of is on its way, right? I mean, I can see your concern in that we haven't necessarily done the education and, I guess, the full engagement
Well, my point is,
aspect.
we might have had different comments if they had known why we were doing this in the first place.
Yeah.
Can you help me understand what would be the impact on collector streets that have low volume that go through a lot of neighborhoods? Would that be 30-mile-an-hour street if we made this recommendation and it was passed?
We're not proposing any changes to collectors.
Okay.
This is just residential, local streets.
So Trail Road, I think, is a collector, but it runs through several neighborhoods. That would not be lowered, right? It'd still be 25 on the streets that intersect that, other than like Monterey, Castle, and Lawrence. But I think this is one of the challenges we'll face, is people will start to think that their road should also be 25. And it'll perhaps clarify what's a residential street versus a collector. And I just wonder how people are going to make sense of that and how we classify streets. You know, how it's going to look when it's all done. A lot of street signs with 25, and then I kind of suspect some people are going to start thinking that there should be 25 also. Then I don't know what's the reaction from staff. Like, is that going to be, sorry, it's a collector? Or is it going to be some process to consider, you know, if it's a low volume collector, maybe it could also be lowered to 25 because it feels like it's a residential street, even though technically it might not be.
Are there situations where we would want to consider the option of 20 miles per hour because of the conditions?
It's a good question.
It seems to me that that is the kind of thing that the NTMP is going to elucidate through data collection and stuff like that, right? I mean, if there's a place where even 25 is kind of pushing it, I'm thinking, for example, New Jersey Street. Pretty skinny, it's brick, a lot of blind crossings. That seems like a place where 20 would be honestly just tacitly understood, let alone needing to be signed. But, I mean, I have a feeling that once you guys start going through all the neighborhoods and collecting the data and seeing exactly what it says, you might start to know a little bit better than anecdotal evidence what truly is happening, and maybe where speed limits need to be lowered a little bit more. So is that one of the potential outcomes you're thinking?
Well, I don't think we're thinking about lowering the speed limit further based off of getting the data. I think the data is going to help maybe determine where to make improvements and to analyze if we're doing temporary traffic calming devices on streets, to be able to get data to see if it's making any impact. But I don't anticipate us doing 25 now and then looking at certain streets individually going down to 20. It would be 25 across the board, citywide. So if it's a residential street, which the majority of folks could identify what a residential street is, it's 25. Unless there was a few streets that have been signed 20, and they would just remain because they've been 20. Other than that, it'd be 25.
So how did those individual streets get to be 20 and we're not considering doing that in the future? Was it a weird mistake that we don't want to do again to like kind of spot?
City Commission makes these decisions.
Yes, it's over time, they've made individual decisions.
So this doesn't take those away?
No.
Right, so it could still happen, just not necessarily as part of our scope necessarily. It's just, you know,
Yeah.
it's not like once you change it to 25 forever, that is what everything is going to be. I mean, largely it'd be nice to not have to change it because stop signs cost money, or speed signs cost money, but sounds like, I mean, speed could be mitigated in other ways as well. I mean, if it's like, it says 25 and people are going it, but it's still too much, maybe bump outs are more appropriate, or try to increase street parking or stuff like that, right? I mean, speed signs aren't the only way to reduce speed. They're just they're a decent start, you know?
And the bike boulevards would be 25?
Yeah, I was going to point out one case where I could see potentially lowering later is bike boulevards. So we're going to recommend 21st Street be 20 miles per hour. So if we do future bike boulevards, those would be probably the times when we would consider lowering, is if we go and put some facility type that warrants that. But I don't think it's going to be like a look through the whole city at all the streets. But as we do improvements that warrant something like that, we would look at that time.
So you're asking us to make the recommendation to the city commission at this time?
Make your recommendation for.
And how would that play out, given that we haven't given them the background?
What do you mean?
That's their problem.
I mean, their staff's going to present this to the city commission?
Yes. We'll present and we'll give background when we bring it to the city commission.
And we've also, when we presented the program and the work plan, they heard about this as a potential. So that they're aware, they were presented our work plan for neighborhood traffic management, which included this, along with the enforcement. They approved that work plan, actually, that had the enforcement, the education, the data. So that they're aware of this program and what it was trying to tackle. And so we'll kind of piggyback off of that when we go to city commission and say, okay, you approved this work plan, these are the other things we're doing. A piece of it is the speed limit, and so they should understand the full picture at that point.
And you'll include some rationale, why we're doing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we've we've done that through this process with talking to you guys too, of why we would do this specific thing. But I think the key is, you can't just do this, and that was most of the comments were, well, you can't just do this and expect people to drive slower. So I think one thing that we'll definitely make sure that's communicated is, it's not just this. This is a piece of a puzzle, that there's a lot, and we're hoping every little bit helps. And so that's really what will help explain.
Carol, you just worry that we don't have enough rationale?
I think we need to keep carrying that rationale forward. Whatever happens at the city commission, the Journal World should pick up on it, it gets reported to the public, and they need to have the context.
I would agree. I think that it is something, probably those of us in the room are comfortable saying, yeah, there's a problem with speed limits, or with residential speeds. How do people that haven't heard that before, or that's kind of news to them, how do they come along with understanding this is a real problem? Other than the survey says, I mean, I wasn't surprised by that result, as much as we hear this is a problem, so. But is there any data that we can include in the meeting packet that would show the extent that there's a problem with speeding in residential streets?
I mean, I think we did that when we took the work plan forward. We can't, unfortunately, dictate which pieces the Journal World or somebody picks up and what they state in the article. But, I mean, when we took this work plan forward and talked about this and decided speeding was going to be the thing we tackled, one thing that was mentioned was all of the complaints we've gotten on the website, all of the traffic calming requests we had, how long things were sitting on traffic calming lists. We had that full discussion when this plan came forward, and we made the determination that residential speeding was what we were going to really focus on for this effort right now in 2019, 2020. And so all of that was in that. I don't remember all of the LJ World articles and what they picked up on, but we're kind of just building on that, and I think we just got to bring that back up and bring that back around.
I think it's just about saying it again.
Right.
Helping people to understand this isn't out of the blue.
Yep.
And it's convenient if you've already got it put together, then it just maybe be to add that into the memo for the city commission.
All right.
Well,
I would entertain a motion at this point.
We already did, I think. Oh, you
Lose, you lose.
We're on a tight ship here.
Let him go.
We'll let you go. But I will keep you to 3 minutes.
It's over.
Sorry. I'm Michael Allman, speaking for Sustainability Action Network. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm concerned that from this discussion, it seems like you're kind of already locked into 25 miles an hour as a recommendation, and I would encourage you to take the opportunity to do it all the way, do it right, and make it 20 miles an hour. At $100 a sign for how many thousands of these mile per hour signs that are going to go up, that's how many $1 million? Once that's spent, you're not going to go back and rethink it and change, oh, now let's do 20, sorry. 20 miles an hour works for bicycle. For pedestrians, impact studies show that the fatality rate is only about 5% at 20 miles an hour. Go to 30 miles an hour, it jumps to 47%. 20 miles an hour is already in Brook Creek neighborhood, Old West Lawrence, several areas in town. We know, I mean, when I look at the data, and I should say, you said it before, that the data is only the beginning of the discussion. When you look at the data from the Lawrence Listens, page after page, comment after comment, how many of these say 30 miles an hour, I'm fine with the speed, I simply like to see it enforced. Lack of enforcement, enforce it more. Enforcement. Did I mention enforcement? That's the rationale for people wanting to keep it 30 miles an hour. Enforcement, we know, all of us know, does not work. for various reasons. First of all, can't be 24/7, 365. Can't be. But Captain Troy Squire last month pointed out that each officer has their own measure. Officers have some leeway. There's not a number I can give you of what they would consider an infraction. 1 mile an hour over is an infraction. If a car is doing 35 or 36 or 37, might not reach some officer's threshold. We know that that's true. Oftentimes, much of the time, 10 miles an hour is let go. If you set a 25 mile an hour speed limit, cars are going to be going 33, 34, 35 on our residential streets. These residential streets are the major bikeways in town. The majority of bikeways are residential streets. Every trip starts at a home on a residential street. So that's why I think you should at least start at 20. Make it so that people really know that that's a strong signal, that there's a strong change, and that it's really meant to be for the safety reasons. I'll close with this. I love this comment. Give me a minute here. On the second page, 30 miles an hour. Get rid of all speed bumps, etc. Streets are for moving traffic, not protecting pedestrians and cyclists. That says it all for the attitude. So let's explain to them why we need this. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Okay.
I have a question for Dustin.
You may post it.
Thank you. Just because I'm curious, and I realize it's only 9 votes, why did you land on 25 and not 20 as your recommendation?
That was, the majority wanted to lower it from 30, and we took 25 as being the prevailing speed limit that surrounding communities have gone to.
Okay, thank you.
And there is research that says you get too artificially low, and then people completely ignore it at that point.
Can you remind me what surrounding communities have gone to 25 in residential?
Olathe has on all the residential streets, I believe it's Leawood and Lenexa. Is there any other?
I think Unified Government.
Overland Park?
Yeah.
Overland Park, Unified Government, several in the Johnson County area.
Wow.
I think that would be information that'd be useful to make sure is in the packet for the city commission also.
That it has been done.
Olathe, Lenexa,
But
Overland
it's not
Park.
just, we're kind of not.
But not Lawrence?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and many of those have been in place for a long time. We actually couldn't find anyone at several of the cities who worked there at the time that change happened.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
Yeah, we were interested in how they did it, and we couldn't find anyone who was around when it happened.
They're lowering speed limits before it was cool to lower speed limits. Nice.
Any cities that you found have 20?
I didn't see any.
Not that I can think of.
There could be cities that have it like regularly, but not like an ordinance that says all streets that we could find anyway. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but.
You mentioned someone had a 20 is plenty campaign. Was that?
Cambridge.
20 is plenty.
But that's the UK. They're like 20 is plenty.
Okay.
They're terrible.
So is anyone here thinking 20 is where we should start? I guess I'm curious.
Well, I'm struggling with this one a little bit. I think that, when was the last time you drove 20 miles per hour in your car, and tell me if you did, how you felt?
Pretty much every day I'm trying to do that.
I think it depends on where you live, to be quite honest.
Well, no, good. I want to hear this.
It is very difficult. So I think, what's on my mind is, am I on a residential street? And I think, I know Harvard is not a residential street, but Grove, which is the path I usually take, I think Grove is residential, but it sure doesn't feel it. So it would be, I kept imagining, if this was 20 miles an hour,
Yeah.
how would I actually behave? And I know I'm hitting the pulling over level quite a few times, because it kind of comes down a hill, and I'm turning, and it's like, wow, this road feels, it's just
Probably
not-
a better question would be, I know how I feel when I go 20, but I'm not in a hurry anymore. You know, I have that luxury. But I think if you asked most people that drive around Lawrence how they felt going 20 miles an hour, they'd probably say it drives them crazy. You know, okay, that's not saying we shouldn't do it, but I think that the goal should be, as Michael and other people have pointed out, there's a threshold there. And is there a lot of difference between 23 and 26 or 24 and 28 in terms of how you might feel, how you might judge safety? I don't know. I'm just, you know, that's why I'm struggling with this whole, 25 seems a little arbitrary to me, and that doesn't mean it's wrong or not the right decision, but I just think if you're going to enforce 20 miles per hour, that's going to be a real challenge, you know, to do that from an enforcement perspective. And these guys get a lot of criticism just across the board in terms of enforcement. So I'm just kind of talking right now. I can't really come to a conclusion. I wish I could conclude something like maybe it's 23.
22.5.
Yeah, 22.5. I mean,
It's got to be readable on a speedometer, I think. It's a reasonable start.
yeah.
I think-
And I really think at the end of the day, what the neighborhood traffic management plan is probably going to have more to do with the behavior of people driving in cars than, and somebody said this earlier, one of you guys did, than a speed limit, you know. I guess after having said all of that, I would support 20 pretty quickly. I don't have a big problem with 25. I think 30 is too high. So,
In my neighborhood, we have curved streets. It's rather unpredictable. And if I'm outside, I have this little game that I play. I can tell what time it is by the speed of the traffic, because during rush hour it's faster. And I can tell whether or not it's a local driver, because if it's a local driver, they are not speeding and they're hesitating. Their foot's more likely to be on the gas, on the brake, than it is to be on the gas. And I think the people in the neighborhood can easily adapt to 25 miles an hour. I think that it would be a good way to discourage some of the through traffic. Other communities I've lived in, larger communities with grid systems, when people leave the main thoroughfares, they do so because they want to drive slower. And they'll meander around at 20 or 25 miles an hour. They do it in LA, they do it in Chicago. Our behavior is just not conducive to safety. And that's why I think we need to introduce the psychology part of it.
I think we'll get a lot of change just by going to 25. I think the behavior will change. That's a shift, a cultural shift if you want.
I think simply by having signs.
But I think, I kind of wonder at the end of the day between stating it's 25 or 20, what the actual behavior is going to be like. And I'd probably look back here and say, what do you guys think in terms of the behavior? Because when we first started talking about traffic and everything, I heard you all say something to the effect that, you know, signage is great, but people are still going to behave within the realm of what they can do. Am I putting words in your mouth, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's correct, and I think that's why we're a little more supportive of it citywide. Like when we were looking at individual streets, as we have done in the past, it's hard to justify going down to lower speed limits just on individual streets, because most people drive the speed they feel comfortable, and sometimes that's a factor of the design of the road and the width of the road and parking or no parking. And so we hope, again, I hope that with the big picture of the education and enforcement, that it will make some change. And I think having this, again, as it was pointed out, having a sign on every street when you pull off of an arterial collector and it says 25, some recognition of that, I think, I think there will be some impact. And so hopefully we will be able to measure that if we move forward with it.
Do you think there'll be a lot of change? Do you think there'd be a lot of difference in behavior between 20 and 25? Measurable? And we're not going to hold you to it. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I think if some people, if they're going to speed and just ignore the speed limit, they're going to do it regardless of whether it's 20 or 25. If there's no enforcement and it's a street that you're used to going down and there's not going to be enforcement, or you can see if there is and there's not, I don't think it's going to make a difference to those people. That's just my
How do you feel?
thought. But
I'm sorry, I don't. Is it Rob?
Yes.
How do you feel about the 20 versus 25? In terms of behavior?
What I would worry about at 20 is you might get a little bit of reverse psychology, and I think you might anger some people. You know what I mean? They're like, 20, you can't tell me to drive 20. And
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the case or not. That's just my personal reaction to the 20. 25 seems like a pretty good compromise.
And Dustin, I think you were saying that there actually is research that shows exactly what he was just saying, right?
Yeah.
So,
If you go too low, then people ignore it out of spite.
yeah. And if we don't have the engineering controls and the enforcement to back it up, which we're not going to everywhere, or at least not at first, then, it almost seems like it would be a well-intentioned, possibly backfiring thing to go all the way down to 20.
I think the other consideration, and it's not something that these other communities that have done, is this is part of a broader program that will provide data to law enforcement to make their, enforcement of the speed limit more effective. They're not going to be responding to anyone's, beck and call, like, hey, someone just sped through my neighborhood. It's like, well, let's go out there and get some data first, see how significant the problem is.
Yep.
And then target that law enforcement, and people are going to quickly learn, 25, most of us follow it. In a few places they're not, and those people are going to find out the hard way that in this community that's dealt with. That's my impression of what we're trying to present to the community is, a double, a two-barreled approach, where you're going to be able to not just lower the limit, but also have it backed up. And that's, I think, some of the comments alluded to is nothing's going to work without law enforcement, and I think we know that. The road I keep thinking about is Kingston, and it was the one that goes, people cut through to go over to Hallmark, I believe. And I recall some of the speed data you guys presented to us was insane.
Yeah.
And, we were sold on the idea, traffic calming. And staff didn't recommend that to the city commission because it just wasn't a practical place to put traffic calming. And I think this is really the best solution, is a street like that has people that are really just violating the law outright. I mean, I can't recall exactly, but I swore there was some stuff like 40 miles an hour or 50 or 60 or something. It was ridiculous. If you have a way to say, yeah, we quickly looked at that and we have enough people violating it, we need to get law enforcement to come in. They know exactly when it's happening because you're going to have the data to help them. So they're not spending 24 hours there. They're there at shift change or whatever the data is telling them. That, to me, feels like it's going to be a totally different ball game for people that like to speed. And the truth is, it's something that people have to unlearn. Like if you're someone who speeds and you have to get the lesson taught to you a few times, like eventually you either don't have a license and then you're in trouble for even bigger problems, right? Years ago, I remember getting pulled over, and I got to work, and I said, you know what? I was saving myself all of 90 seconds. The distance I was traveling at the speed I was traveling wasn't that high, but it was irrational. So it was just the behavior of thinking I somehow had to get somewhere. And we're all, possibly victims of that. So when we realize it doesn't really save us much time, certainly not if you get pulled over, it doesn't save you time. 25 is only in residential neighborhoods. So it's not like you're talking about Iowa, those big, other streets where you're actually trying to get across town.
So
Lawrence drivers like to speed. And there will be some resistance, and there might be a little hostility. That's why it's important that we lay the groundwork when we explain and roll this out. I'm ready to make a motion.
I maybe
Go.
shouldn't or don't need to include this, but I just looked just to get an idea. Is this a trend? Are people changing their speed limits? And I actually looked for both 25 cities with residential 20, cities with residential 25, and what was coming up is people lowering their speed limits from 25 to 20, including Seattle, Hoboken. This is all in the last year. Seattle, Hoboken, Portland is the 20 is plenty. Texas, but that's from 30 to 25, several towns. St. Paul and Eugene. But I looked this up really just because I was curious, but it was kind of interesting. I'm looking at these, and a lot of them are, like if I think about Portland and the neighborhoods I've been in, I don't really know how you can go over 20 miles per hour anyway, because they tend to be very short grid streets. And Lawrence really isn't set up like that. So, I mean, that was kind of what I was thinking, and most of the ones I'm seeing, Hoboken, I'm assuming is a short grid street pattern also. Never been there, just a guess.
One out quick.
Yeah. So, as much as I'd like to see 20 be the speed limit on local streets, I do feel like it's always a conflict I have that we have a community is very suburban, very car-based. So how do you push that so that it's more welcoming to everyone? And you can't just do it through speed limits. I think you also have to do it through the other things, the land use planning and stuff like that. And so I definitely see that 20 miles an hour is artificially too low, although I wouldn't be opposed to it. So if, anyone else felt strongly that 20 was okay, I would be for that too.
I move that we adopt 25 miles an hour for local streets, and we send it to the city commission with the rationale supporting it.
Did you say 25?
Mhm.
Okay.
Second, if you're waiting for a second.
I am.
So we can move on.
Yep. All right. Motion is that we take to City Commission the recommendation that residential speed limits be lowered from 30 miles an hour to 25 miles an hour, giving the rationale that various experts have presented on why. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, same sign. Motion passes. Oh yeah, got to say aye. Let's move on to the next agenda item, which is, get that going here.
Oh, boy.
Appointing 2 representatives to the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program Public Outreach and Education Campaign. You guys need an acronym for that. That is long. Dave, is that you or is that Dustin still?
That's
Sweet.
me again, yep.
All right.
Try and get to it here.
Go to Alta.
Okay. So, as you mentioned, the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program, we had our kickoff meeting with Alta, who is our consultant for the public outreach portion of that, which our main focus is speeding, reducing speeds in neighborhood streets. And at the kickoff meeting, we noted we needed kind of a formal representation from this commission to be on that team, especially in the early stages when we're developing the message that we're going to go with. And so we're requesting that you nominate 2 members to join that team. I guess I'd say the anticipated time commitment would be approximately an hour video conference once a month.
Not so bad. Okay. And about how long will the commitment be going on for, like 6 months, a year?
We're going to roll out the campaign in August when the students return, and then we'll do some follow-up to determine the effectiveness of the campaign, and I'm not sure the involvement would go into that portion.
Okay.
I mean, I think you would obviously be welcome to continue on for the evaluation stage, but...
Okay.
And they're also going to, I would also add that they're going to be looking for some volunteer staff or other volunteer time on the like implementation and outreach once we get to that point. So we want to get some folks on this group involved early on in developing the campaign, but then there will be opportunities for those 2 appointments or more for outreach implementation. So there's a lot more time in that when that occurs, but.
Yeah. Okay.
Dustin, I'm sorry, I didn't hear everything you said about, you said something about a conference call once a month for an hour? Is that the extent of what we're committing to initially?
That's what we're asking for right now, yeah.
So there's no neighborhood meetings or any of that stuff?
This is
at
the
this stage
application
of the
piece,
game?
so. I mean,
We've been talking about having like an open house or something early on. With a consultant, instead of waiting to develop options and then have an open house, say, hey, we have these different options. So we're still discussing with them schedule and what approach to take. But there may be a meeting, at least one meeting, public meeting ahead of rolling it out.
we've talked too about like maybe going to land or something, but that, we also have several staff on the team, so it may not be like these, I mean, I think it'll be determined at the point of those meetings, like who wants to participate. But there'll be probably opportunities for more if you want, I would say, too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think this is really good news. I think Charlie's been talking about our involvement outside of sitting up here once a month, and this is certainly an opportunity to do that. I think I'm happy to hear that you guys are welcoming this participation. So I think it's a good deal.
Does anybody have any more questions about the program in general before we start soliciting nominations and volunteers?
Well, I had some correspondence with staff about this, and Nick, I assume there's openness to the suggestion I gave, but it was, I think we need to have someone who's, has the skills to do evaluation. This is a pretty big change in our community to introduce the program, and I recommended Dr. Vicki Colley-Akers, who was our evaluation lead for the Safe Routes to School project that the health department received funding from the CDC for. And she created a protocol for looking at yielding near schools, and she's been published for that work. She, I think, would be real eager to be part of anything like this. And, there might even be research funding that she could pursue to help with data collection, and she's all around, I think, a really good colleague to have, and we've been working with her at the health department for quite a while. I know I'm not representing the health department anymore, but my experience with her has always been top-notch. So if it's something that you guys are looking for, I think she would be a great addition, in addition to two of us, but I would hope there'd be some consideration for that, or if there's another person that can bring that kind of credibility to the effort, I think that would be worth pursuing also.
If it was possible to loop in a member of the public who's not on the commission, will we be kind of voiding one of our seats? Because, I mean, is it kind of too many cooks in the kitchen at that point? What does Alta have to say about it? I mean,
well, there's going to be a lot of chances for the public to be involved in process and providing input, but we're asking just like two from this group tonight.
Okay.
So we can, if you have suggestions for other folks that may be important to bring to the table, you can let us know that. But we already have formed a pretty large team, and I think we're going to look for some involvement from KU.
Okay. So it sounds like one motion for the actual nomination, and then another motion to maybe direct you guys to talk to a certain person to see if we can maybe get them involved.
Yeah, and I think you already invited
Outside of
Health
scope.
Department, and they weren't able to come, correct, Dustin?
She wasn't able to come.
To come to that meeting.
Kickoff meeting, but
Right.
she's going to be on the team.
And then we've also reached out, Donna was supposed to help us find somebody through KU to get some involvement there too. So we have been reaching out. I do think Vicky might be a good person too, as far as the data piece.
It's really around her ability to.
The data.
to do evaluation work that is worthy of being published. And I think what we're doing in Lawrence is possibly something others should take a look at, especially because it's different. It isn't just lowering the speed limit. It's a more sophisticated approach. And I haven't heard of it before.
Yeah, we couldn't find any studies
I think
that
if
were
you
the
brought her into that,
comprehensive.
she would probably pursue, I think she'd pursue some sort of research agenda to make the case this has been, whether or not it's effective, and help to publicize that around the country that, hey, if you do this, data-driven approach where you're lowering the speed, educating the public, collecting data, having targeted law enforcement intervention, that sounds pretty amazing, honestly. Of course, we don't know. So that's where you bring in an evaluator who can do that rigorous kind of evaluation to make the case clear. Yep, it reduced speeds by this percent, and it was, such and such effective. I think she'd be really great at that. And she's got the experience in our community doing it with safe routes, and she works closely with some of my colleagues at the health department, including Sarah, the community health planner now. So
Yeah, I think we could reach out to her. I mean, these appointments are more specifically, strictly to right now, the education-only piece, but I do think Vicky could add some potential help throughout the program, even outside of that piece of it, because, all of these things together, how's it working? So I think we could have more conversations about that.
Yeah. So I think for now, since we are tasked with focusing on just our two people who are going to be nominated, I'd say we start with that particular step and then probably follow it up with like a formal recommendation to call this person up. So I will accept any nominations, or well, let's start with volunteers. Who is particularly interested in this? Who has a passion for trying to improve traffic conditions in their neighborhoods and others' neighborhoods
we
as
should
well?
all be raising our hand, right?
I would think so. Mine's pretty
time.
peaceful, to
I
be
think
honest,
it's
but
time.
yeah. I'm gonna probably step back a little bit because I'm committing.
I would enjoy the opportunity to do it. And I think
Yeah.
I can make the time.
Okay.
I can if needed. I'm
Okay.
glad to.
Where's your enthusiasm?
I'm just tired.
I feel you.
Really early.
Is anybody else interested or has a strong nomination for somebody who they think should do it instead? Or, I think we have our two nominations. So, stupid question. Are chairs allowed to make motions?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Just making sure. It just seems weird. All right. I would motion that we, as the Multimodal Transportation Commission, nominate Commissioner Ziegelmeyer and Commissioner Bryan as our two representatives to the NTMP, Alta Steering Committee Education, Neighborhood Traffic Management Program, Public Outreach and Education Campaign. That one.
Would you repeat that? No. I second.
Any discussion on that particular nomination? It's not too late. All right. Well, in that case, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against, same sign. Motion passes. Congratulations, commissioners. You are now our representatives. I guess, should we have gotten public comment? Anybody here? Okay.
Oh.
Moving on. How are we all feeling? It's almost 9 o'clock. Can we push forward and do the final?
Yes.
Number 5? All right. Is there a staff member who will be talking on this, or is this up here?
Yeah, well, after our discussion, I guess it was December study session, you guys chose to form a committee to review and provide comments on the proposed changes to the parking chapter, and so just afternoon today, we got those posted, and so hopefully everyone's had a opportunity to look at them. I know the 4 members that helped draft those have spent some time considering those and also met with staff and planning staff to discuss some of those items. So I guess we'll just see if there's any other comments that the commission has on those talking points. And
Yeah. I would say just kind of starting off, the topic that kept coming up again and again is just the idea of parking minimums in general. A lot of these standards to parking, loading, access management, all that stuff, are generally a response to having to deal with parking minimums. So anything from stacked parking in alleys to minimum width of striped spaces in parking lots to paying into a downtown parking fund, all of those stem from requiring off-street parking minimums. And it's a bit of a radical notion in 2020 in the US, but especially in, a town of under 100,000 in the Midwest. But our general consensus was that perhaps the conversation should be a little bit more holistic of an approach to not just talk about parking standards off-street in private developments, but just in general, especially because a lot of the potential solutions could be shared parking, timed parking, remote parking, parking benefit districts, things that are kind of more comprehensive in their scope and don't just necessarily point you to a line in the code that says, thou shalt do this with your lot. So that kept coming up again and again. And there is a bit of a nationwide trend to get rid of parking minimums, at least downtown and other dense business districts. But in some places, they've gone as far as doing it townwide or citywide. So it may sound radical in Lawrence, Kansas in 2020, but other places around the country have kind of gone to that cliff and jumped off. And as far as I can tell, they're all still around, but it is still kind of an ongoing experiment. This is something that, parking minimums are a relatively new thing in how humans build cities, especially because cars are a relatively new thing. So it's kind of almost more radical to have parking minimums than to not have any at all. For the longest time, that was the case. So depends on what your definition of radical is, really. In terms of things that we all pretty much agreed upon, we generally agreed that, let me go down to the stuff that, all right, so in terms of stuff that we thought was relatively appropriate, and our gauge, again, was how it kind of dovetailed with Plan 2040 and Transportation 2040, which are kind of, we're considering our governing documents for the city and how we want to grow or stay. The things that we thought were particularly in service of that were bike parking dimensional guidelines. We're hopefully moving to a bit of a mode shift to more biking, ideally. And it would be good to kind of get everybody to be on the same page of what it looks like to provide bike parking, because clearly it's not obvious looking at the inconsistency around town. A couple of other more technical things, just to kind of allow for greater density in residential areas and to kind of shrink the size of these parking minimums at least a little bit. And other things that provide a little bit of safety, like adding a requirement for clear sight area around all alleys, and non-residential driveways. So a couple things that we thought were perfectly in service of Plan 2040. On the other hand, there was stuff that we thought was a little bit misaligned with it. And that was generally, I think the big one was parking in the downtown district. And that was, it's currently not required. You don't have to provide a minimum amount of off-street parking, partly because that's just the built environment of downtown. That's kind of how it was constructed. And to keep that look and feel, surface parking is not going to help towards keeping that. So we thought that going to requiring 50% of what it would otherwise require is maybe a bit of a step not in the direction of Plan 2040, and that it may increase the amount of parking that you need to require in, say, surface lots, or even by, in the worst case scenario, in some towns, they've had to knock down adjacent buildings just to build a parking lot, and it kind of makes you wonder, are we just storing cars downtown, or do we want to have destinations that people want to come to? So that was definitely a sticking point through us. School parking came up a couple times, both in high schools and general grade schools. We were a little bit more in disagreement on that one, but I think generally thought that, well, Aaron, do you want to summarize that one in terms of how we were going in terms of parking spots per student at high schools? Because I think that was one of your suggestions.
Where is that on the?
20-902, it's number 2.
I think it was really clarifying that not all students are even eligible to drive.
Right, so it should be like 1/3 of at least eligible students instead of 1/3 of every student,
Right.
Only approximately a little over half of students, I think, are eligible to drive. And
go on.
I think that what Mary had mentioned was they have significantly more parking than they need.
At Free State especially, right?
I think at Lawrence High, I think at both high schools, she'd mentioned, right? I guess I should not. That's what I recall from our meeting.
Okay.
So I just thought it was interesting that we have one parking space per 3 students. So it's basically every student that even has the potential to drive, assuming high school students have cars, but only one parking spot per 25 students. One bike parking spot for 25 students. Seemed a little,
Well, that was also just short-term parking, which in the text amendment, it describes that as parking for guests.
Seems like kind of
It's
an
not-
odd requirement for high
It's
school.
not so clearly they're not imagining students who would be there for many hours riding their bike. So that just felt like they had not even made that didn't seem like a common sense explanation. There ought to be significant long-term bike parking. Long-term means you're there for the day.
that's how you get to school.
Yep. Just like, we don't call it long-term car parking, but it would be the parking lots for long-term car parking, and bike parking ought to be set the same. Short-term car parking is in downtown, where you have a meter that tells you to, move it or.
Got 2 hours.
Yeah, so we're not expecting people to ride their bikes to school and then go outside and move their bike around or take it home. Literally, they're going to be there all day, so. I think the other thing we discussed on the parking in schools is, these are, we ought to consider parking and even driving a car to school as not just a privilege you just automatically get, so.
A right, right?
We thought maybe it's important to manage the demand for parking by doing what similarly is done at KU, where you have to get a permit, or you have to do other things to kind of earn that space. So we shouldn't assume that we need to dedicate as much land area just so that every student can drive and park their car.
Yeah. Especially because schools tend to lend themselves pretty well, schedule-wise, to carpooling. A lot of kids do extracurricular activities, but unlike flex hours of work, which is kind of hard to schedule a carpool for, it's a pretty defined start and end time, generally speaking, for school. I don't have high school age kids, so things may have changed since I was there, but
and if
carpooling kind of makes sense, it can be done.
Transit and other modes of transportation seem more viable or more practical if parking is not as easy, so.
And that is another thing that kept coming up is basically if we make parking easier and easier, we are never going to get to that mode shift to make it a truly multimodal city like our Transportation Commission's title kind of alludes to. Parking is easy, so I drive. It's really simple to park. It's a 5-minute drive to work. It's free to park there. It's big spaces. I could bike. It's all uphill. It's very difficult. But if parking cost me $10 a day, I would bike every day. So, and that's kind of how I have done it in other cities where driving is such a pain in the neck that the bus starts to look pretty good after a while. And I'm not saying we necessarily have to force people right now, but it's these kind of changes that make parking easier that are kind of not moving us in the direction that I would say at least a decent amount of us on the Multi-modal Transportation Commission wouldn't want to see us move, so.
So in our first meeting, go ahead, John.
You dealt with these parking requirements based on a school day, what happened in a school day. You didn't really deal with outside extracurricular activities like a basketball game or a football game.
Well, so that part was a
So it
part
is
of
in
the
there.
modifications, yeah.
It says to base the parking on the school assembly area, or the main assembly.
Main assembly area.
Yeah, so. if
But
there's
the
a-
problem with that is that the football stadium or is that the gym? Because those numbers are going to be so different.
Yeah, it wasn't clear how that gets defined.
No.
But I think the other thing that's provided in the text amendment that doesn't seem to be consistently applied is the use of shared parking. And so generally, we felt like we have to move in a direction where we're not overbuilding parking, but instead we're allowing flexibility. So that would mean making sure there's clarity around maximum parking size. Like you don't allow overbuilding parking lots. You allow every opportunity to share parking lots when it is practical. So if, I think of Free State, there's clearly not enough parking along the street, and there's overflow parking that occurs, just across the street. And so maybe there should have been a better thought to how that parking was provided for the district, and not just, not the school district, the area that, at one time was considered to be kind of this new urbanist kind of space.
Well, that was the plan that didn't happen.
How it's actually been put out is siloed parking. Like, this is the parking for this building, this is the parking for this building. Instead, it would have been better to think about the whole entire area and what's the capacity to accommodate larger parking needs.
And that's kind of how Mary described the downtown parking, is that all downtown parking is technically shared parking unless you're like the Allen Press site, basically, where if there's a surge in event like a parade or Bazaar or whatever, all those lots start to fill up pretty quickly, even though it's not necessarily one combined lot. So it still is kind of designed for the assembly size. And it truly does overflow into the neighborhoods sometimes. But one of the other things that we came across when we looked at, requiring parking to meet the assembly size is kind of the same thing in, say, the business world or other transportation things, where if you were to size for the greatest demand, then you would be sizing your airline fleet for Thanksgiving, and you'd have a lot of empty 737s the rest of the year. So it's one of those things where we have kind of a scarce resource. And instead of planning for the worst case scenario, we can plan for, a reasonable scenario like a school day. And, maybe discourage everybody driving themselves to an assembly,
So at our first meeting, we pretty much stuck to what Mary had given us, and we just kind of went through the detail. After the meeting, we all kind of put our heads together, and we realized that that totally misses the boat. Parking is a major land use. It's a major problem. It comes up all the time. And if you separate the public and the private parking, then you start talking about, well, it's going to spill into the neighborhood, or it's going to do, and then you have all these different impacts. So what we've done here is we have suggested that they need to broaden their comprehensive plan. Parking is not really addressed in the comprehensive plan or 2040, and it needs to be. In its entirety, not bits and pieces, because it's not going to work that way. So this document we put together suggests a totally different direction from what we received. It doesn't get into the nitpicking of site planning at all. And we were thinking of urbanism, we were thinking of infill, we were thinking about the direction the city is trying to go in.
Well, you guys deserve a standing ovation for this.
Well, only if you agree with our stuff, I guess.
But my question, and I mean that, this is brilliant. Where does it go from here?
We pass it back to the planning commission.
It goes back to them.
Is it one of these, or is it, hey, can we come and talk about this stuff, or?
I kind of wonder too, like, would we want Nick or someone to represent us?
Well, I would suggest that we do
to speak
that,
to them.
Was that planned, Dave? I don't think we hashed that out, but it could be, I guess, right?
Yeah, that could certainly be appropriate if you.
Yeah, I think,
nominate Nick.
Aaron, you're on that group, what do you think?
I mean, I can talk to them some about it, but maybe it would be
That's fine, yeah.
good to have another.
I mean, I think it'd be easier, it'd be more effective to have a conversation. This could be kind of prelude to that.
I agree.
Honestly, it's going to be a lot of the helping them to understand how we came to this conclusion.
We're kind of coming into their lane a little bit.
Well, like Carol said, we realize that the scope of their work is narrower than how parking needs to be addressed.
Right.
And so there's really kind of this void for who's providing any advice around broader parking issues. And it's, we now have a parking or a transit and parking manager. So obviously there's a staff person in City Hall that could be kind of seen as help us understand the broader implications of all parking, not just for one particular development proposal. And maybe that's in our space to figure out, like, how do we get better at managing the public right-of-way that's used for parking cars? And we haven't asked for that either. So I don't know that it's really the planning commission's role. It's no one's really. So it seems like it's an opportunity for us to ask ourselves, like, do we want to have that as in our space?
That was one of the things I was going to ask the new transit director is, along with just in general, how do you see MMTC's role? What do you see it on this thing that's kind of not under anybody's role at this point? So
That's how it feels anyway.
yeah, I mean, not under any public board, basically.
E2040 calls for the implementation of it's like a 10-year, I forgot the title, but it's essentially the parking study that was done.
Oh, yeah.
That calls for, I think, permit parking. And I'm not sure how that's going to ever get carried out, but the MPO is probably not going to do more than just present that as a plan and say, this ought to be implemented since you have it. So it feels like it needs to find a home, and maybe we're appropriate for that. I don't think the planning commission would be thinking of themselves that way. I don't know. Aaron, you're on the planning commission. Does that seem fair statement? And this is where it'd be easier to have that in a dialogue with them to say, how do you want to handle this? Because it's bigger than just site plan review.
I mean, I think that was the thought behind the request for this, was to examine it a little bit more, and
So I can kind of present it and maybe start the conversation and see what they think. Does anybody have any kind of showstopper, I do not agree with this, because that's kind of why we also brought this up, in case there was anything that you thought you guys are off your rocker, so.
The one that I thought it would be worth having a discussion, because I was clearly changing my mind, and I think it took more discussion just earlier today. The driveways and alleys, the prohibition on stacked parking. As I rewatched Mary's presentation to us about this, what I heard was this could lead to some parking issues because it might minimize off-street parking. And I heard that as, okay, we've talked about the need to not have parking minimums. So I felt for a moment like now we're talking out we're sort of going backwards on this. So I was struggling to understand, like, what was our point about not having double or stacked parking? And I do see, like, if you just overbuild parking lots behind a, multifamily dwelling, that proposal would prevent that. So it felt like, in my mind, it's a parking maximum. They're saying, nope, no more than so many cars. But I'm not sure they're actually doing a maximum. They're just saying the way the cars need to be arranged can't be in such a way that they are stacked.
But actually, this is a really important conversation, because something just came up about this, that somebody felt like they couldn't vote for or vote against a proposed development because the code sort of, I think it was actually probably the specific piece. The code kind of suggested that you could do this kind of stacked parking. And so the entire rear of this development was just a parking lot.
Parking lot.
Yeah.
I think that's what this was supposed to address. And then, I came in today, I think it was in between our study session, and just said, help me understand this, Nick, because I feel like we want to avoid is people overbuilding parking lots. We all agree on that. So how they're arranged, and I know there's this idea like, this is a problem caused because we have parking minimums. We're saying you have to squeeze in this many spaces, and so the only configuration would be to allow them to stack. If we didn't have minimums, then they would just probably not stack, and they'd probably just have the two spaces.
Because they probably lose potential tenants who are like, I don't want to have to talk to my neighbors. I don't want to have to get them to move their car so I can move my car. Yeah.
So, I don't know. This one, I felt like at the end of it, for me, it's, let's be clear, there should be a parking maximum. And that seems consistent with the rest of what we've been saying, so that we aren't overbuilding off-street parking.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think because of the changes to the parking and loading regulations, instead of just having a minimum parking, it's now basically the amount of parking minus 10 plus 10%, and that effectively is now a maximum, so that would apply to this as well. So if it says, you have a duplex, thou shalt have 4 parking spaces, figure out how to put them on your site, you can't have 5 because that's greater than 10% of that maximum anyway. So I think that's covered already. So, anyway. I think it's basically a problem to me because it saddles you with an obligation to build parking, but if you have an RM32 lot that's only 50 feet wide, then you can't build RM32 on that lot. It's not going to happen, you know? Like, it's just not going to fit because you won't have enough spaces to put your cars back and back and have trash and loading in the alley. So you're just going to remain a duplex or a single
So
family
this is
home.
where the range might not be the most effective way to address this.
'Cause it doesn't
Actually
really matter.
saying, here's a maximum, might be more effective.
We also said that they should keep the same dimensions on the parking spots rather than making them wider.
That was a pretty nitty-gritty one right there. And the access alleys as well.
Right, because then you'd have fewer places in the parking ramp, or you'd have bigger parking ramps and bigger parking lots.
Yeah, and the reason they gave for why we can't get rid of minimums entirely is because parking minimums do exist. So if you are obligated to provide 100 spots in your lot and nobody gave you a minimum slot width, then if you were an unscrupulous developer, you might do 18-inch wide spots and be like, there, I did it, you got 100 spaces, you know, are you happy about it? So that's basically to prevent that. So it's another one of those things that is only really required because we have parking minimums. So that's why we said, you know what, let's just keep it at 8.5, that's the current minimum. If you want to build more, nobody's stopping you, it's fine. Same goes for the alley width. It was 12, the proposed is 14 feet wide. I thought they can do it if they want to, but you shouldn't have to if it's still, you can get a car through, so. Anyway. So.
So are you looking for?
I guess just, if there's any showstopper comments.
No, I'm like Steve. I think you guys did a great job. I think it's well done, and certainly give them some information to chew on.
I'll be very curious to see what they think, for sure.
I think you guys need to decide if all 4 of you are going to go, which would be my vote, or 1 of you or 2 of you or
I'll be
whatever. Yeah, I think you should all go.
I think my preference would be that I'd rather not have that as at their public meeting, but really it's a conversation between whoever they select to meet with us, and then we have we share our comments.
Is that what you think will happen? They'll appoint a committee?
I guess that's what I would ask, is that we share our comments with the request that they identify maybe a couple, at least 2 representatives to come and have a dialogue with us, make sure that they understand our point, and then they take action only after that, I guess. Because they might hear it out and say, yeah, thanks. Honestly, I mean, they've been at this for a few years, so I don't.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty thoughtful group, and it's, 4.5-hour meetings, so I do think that if several people were to show up, it would be a pretty good discussion, and I think that this is already kind of on a lot of people's minds.
Okay.
That's my sense. I mean,
So just
especially
go ahead
after
and do
Plan
it.
2040. Yeah, I feel like there's no.
Well, you're part of both groups, so
I do. I mean, I
Pretty-
feel like that's really why it came back here. Is I feel like this was so long ago now. I'm like, is this just my recollection? Because I want it to be. I think I went and watched the video though since then, and there was a little bit of a dissatisfaction with, exactly how things were going, and maybe take a closer look at that. And I don't remember if minimums came up. I don't remember if there was any discussion on that or not, but I don't.
And it seems to me there was some public comment.
There was,
that
and it was
asked
a
to be
public,
brought in front of
yes, it was, and I think it was probably Michael Allman.
I think it was, yeah.
So I think Michael Allman is the person who asked it to be brought to this group.
well, perhaps keep it simple then. We just get authorization from this group that we're permitted to present or represent the Transportation Commission in front of the Planning Commission. I think our bylaws kind of restrict us from doing that without authorization. So
I would make that motion.
Staff's interested in staff's thought on that, though.
Staff, are we violating anything by having the whole parking committee, well, minus one, I guess, up in front of the planning
I
commission?
think, Nick, I'd say you ought to, if there's anyone to speak on it, it would be you, and then we could be there to.
Can't have four or together, can we?
There are only 8 of us right now.
Yeah, so that probably, I'd have to check on that. But I would, if you could have, and you could all attend the meeting, but if you had one person as the spokesperson and the others could attend the meeting as well, if there was any comments, I don't see any reason why you couldn't do that. It's an open meeting, and so, yeah.
Sounds good.
Yep, and if that is wrong, I will tell you before.
Okay.
Cool. So, you want to make a motion?
I did. Oh, yeah. I think somebody seconded too, right?
No, well, in that case.
Keep up.
What was the motion?
The motion was to send the parking committee in front of the planning commission. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
All against? All right, motion passes. See you on the 23rd, I guess. That's when it
No,
is.
we have to schedule it.
Yeah.
I thought
the motion.
No, we don't know when it is.
Did I get that?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I
Made
think
the
there's
motion
a,
and second.
John made the
There's-
motion.
And Catherine.
I think there's a
seconded.
clarification that needs to happen then. Because this is going to the planning commission on the 23rd, so are you thinking that?
Is it on the 23rd?
Uh-huh,
Oh, it's already on there?
yes.
All right.
So were you thinking, okay, so that's what you were saying.
I just think it'd be important that we're not just there as the public, we're there as the Transportation Commission.
What time does your meeting start?
representatives.
6:30.
Okay.
All right, so I guess we'll figure out who can actually come to the meeting, as you figure out your schedule, so.
That should be good.
Let us move on to staff items.
You said 6 o'clock?
6:30.
All right, got 3 items, 2 are on the list. Number 1, South Lawrence Trafficway, K10, the Westlake study. So that's a process that KDOT's undertaking with their consultant to reevaluate the supplemental environmental impact statement for improvements on K10, and we're about, I think, halfway through the 3-year process. And so at this point, they've come up with some design alternatives for tolling and the connectivity between K10 and I-70 and Farmers Turnpike. And so they're going to be presenting those updates to the City Commission on March the 17th. And then I believe they will have another open house meeting to present and get feedback on those ideas. Late spring, early summer, I think is what they were anticipating. So they've had a couple of public meetings already, and they're going to have another one and probably some more to come. So that's continuing on. And then on the shared scooters, we received 3 proposals. And so we are just concluding our evaluation of the proposals. And staff is working on drafting the city ordinance that will accompany I guess, license agreement for one or more to operate in the city. And so we're still in progress to work out some of those details. And so when we kind of drafted the tentative schedule for the rollout, we were thinking April the 1st. Now would anticipate that will get delayed a month to 2 months. So maybe more likely May or June for rollout, but that continuing to work on that. So we would bring back an update at our meeting next month, and then that would go to the City Commission following that. And then thirdly, which is not on here, I think everyone's aware, there was a release that we got 2 TA grants from KDOT for Safe Routes to School, which was $400,000, and then another Lawrence Loop segment. And both of those projects were the schedules for fiscal year 2021. And so we would get working on design here later this year. And then construction, I think, next year. So, some good news
That's
for
great
those
news.
projects. Great news.
That's great news. I mean, yeah. That's the biggest TA grant that I've seen. Is that?
It was a large, I think the tunnel might have been a little more.
Is that a TA grant?
Yeah.
Okay.
19th and Iowa Tunnel. But yeah, it's over. What's that?
That was $1 million for that?
Mm-hmm.
For the 19?
1.4, 1.6.
Is this the first time we got funded for safe routes?
No.
That's the third, or the fourth. The first one was to do the plan, and so that's always the first step. The phase one's the plan, and then I think this is our third infrastructure project, and so, yeah, and so.
As the Lawrence Loop goes, that's a pretty big one, right? I mean, that's a big chunk of the, this is the one that connects, it'll connect Peterson.
The Lawrence Loop, yeah, it's the Michigan to Peterson segment. And so we, may need to tweak some things, or we will be tweaking some things, I think, in our CIP and our budget, because we had some money allocated for north of A Street, the A Street to Constant Park segment. And again, we're going to continue working on that with the railroad and discussions with the project ongoing. But I think some of those dollars may get reallocated to start the design of this Peterson to Michigan segment. So it's a long stretch. Yeah, I can't remember the length, but it's a significant gap. And so we're making progress.
There's no railroad right there, right?
There's no railroad.
Yeah, so I mean, it feels like that one feels really possible.
There's the turnpike there that we're looking across the turnpike there, and so that I would say that we need to meet with them. We're trying to contact them, and that was one of the things in our award letter with KDOT is that we need to get to the table with them and start looking at options and how that would work. So, so we're going to start working on that here soon and keep moving forward with that. And then the third one was the if you remember the third application we submitted 3 was the 6th Street shared use path.
That's too bad.
And which was not awarded. And we did get some feedback this year on that with a letter that it didn't score as high as some other projects because there's already a sidewalk along 6th Street. So that was not mentioned to us before, but so it wasn't scored as high because there's already a facility. It's not a bicycle facility, but there's a sidewalk. So
interesting.
That's still a great project. It will still remain on our list for future bikeway projects. May not make sense to do a TA project on that if it's not going to score as high, but anyway, 2 or 3 is pretty good. So
it's really good.
Cool.
That's all that I had.
All right. Let's move on to commission items. I don't have any update you all know that we have a new transit and parking director, so that's all you need to know. That's basically all that's going on, so.
So at this point, Nick, you don't serve as a representative of PTAC.
I do not. I just happen to be on it.
So I think it's great to have a PTAC update since you're in that position. But I think it would be just as well to have a planning commission update.
I agree.
So I don't know if we need to, strike that item as a standing commission item issue, or if we just think it's useful to know who's on certain committees.
Kind of talk
want
about
to
that.
make that a regular thing that we share.
Yeah, I think we can certainly talk about stuff like that. I'm on land and downtown master plan steering committee as well, which do occasionally touch transportation as well, so. In terms of updates for tonight, though, John went to the strategic plan committee meeting on Wednesday. So, thanks for that. I was unable to attend, I guess, my one, but did you learn anything that should be shared?
No, I think it's the same questions that pretty much everybody answered if you did the survey. There were 6, 8 questions. What would you like the city to do? What haven't they been able to do? What would you like to see changed? If you could come up with any idea, what would you like to see? It was good. I mean, my group happened to be pretty small. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. There were only 4 of us. I understand the afternoon session was quite a few more. Well done. I thought it was fine.
Thank you for going to that. Appreciate it. Anybody else have any?
Well, I was just going to say.
Yeah, before we go on.
I think, given our conversation at our retreat, I'm going to try to start going to the PTAC meetings as a way to get more familiar with the matters that they discuss. And, I've taken a look at the ordinance that established them. It seems on paper, at least to me, to be work that we could do. And I think I want to keep pressing that idea forward, that transportation needs to be multimodal. And, if it's a matter that we need to become more familiar with transit, then one way to get there is go to their meetings. Another way to get there is to start riding the bus. I'm willing to make that investment.
Yeah.
And quick update on my daughter, since I did bring that up the last time. She has her bus pass. And we haven't made the bus trip yet, but we walked to the bus stop on her way to walk to her friend's birthday party on Saturday. So we've kind of scoped out and talked about on the path, on the walk there, about her taking the bus, how long it would take her to get there, how she would plan to do that. So I think this is kind of how we might get ourselves better positioned to raise the question about what is the appropriateness of our role with transit.
Yeah. I think that's the kind of thing I'll be hopefully bringing up with Adam once I can talk to him, once he's kind of settled in. So, Carol?
Okay. First off, I'd like to thank you for the Google map on the Haskell Lane. I really liked having that visual. Ted, I can't remember his last name, from the north side.
Boyle,
was at the city commission meeting discussing with his comments on scooters. And it wasn't the scooter information that caught my ear. It was the fact that he said, why are we putting in sidewalks? I thought they were for pedestrians. And you've heard me say that kind of stuff before, but I thought, well, yeah. So what is the perception? Are we putting in the sidewalks for pedestrians? And then we turn around and we say, well, we want them for scooters and bicycles? We're not consistent in our thinking, so I thought I'd point that out. Then, in the Journal World, February 27th, they were discussing the strategic plan. And I don't know if it was the city's dialogue or it was the reporter's interpretation, but they referred to sidewalks as recreation. And of course, if you're a runner, they are, right? So our thinking is totally muddled on what a sidewalk is for. I just wanted to point that out. The next thing I want to point out is something that Aaron and I have discussed, and I've heard other parents discuss it too. If you're a parent with, say, a 12-year-old or a 14-year-old child, and they've outgrown their bicycle, do you buy them a larger bicycle so they can ride more around the city, or you discourage them from riding around the city because it's safer?
Because it's safer to ride a larger bicycle?
No, because it's safer not to ride a bicycle.
Oh. So what you encourage them to do is ride to the bus stop and put their bike on the front
On the bus.
And then, because it was a 15-minute walk, and I'm sure Bella could have done it in 5 minutes if she rode her bike. And we would have got that bus instead of having to wait another 30 minutes. So that's kind of talk that we had on the way there, was how would she get there? And she even talked about using a scooter.
Mm-hmm.
So, how people get to the bus stop might be a bike.
If it works.
Yeah, if it works, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
then you just gotta use your shoes and walk. Or
So
run.
I guess what I'm pointing out is cars are still dominant. We do everything, this thing of lowering the speed limit, we're gonna have some hostility on that. Because people are accustomed to driving from point A to point B.
Just like with the parking thing, there will probably be some pushback. And by probably, I mean for sure, there will be some pushback.
Oh, yeah, people will be very vocal.
Yep. So that's just, it's kind of when you want to push forward and to truly get the multimodal part out, you're going to ruffle some feathers, unfortunately. But anyway, anybody else? Wait, let me just make sure we're good. Calendar. Hold up. What we got on the calendar? Sorry, it's still loading. All right. Looks like it's going to be traffic signal coordination study, safe routes to school, East 19th Street design options. Is that kind of progressing along? Do we expect that to come back on March? And shared scooters. And we can talk more about any specifics. So with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Off we go. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Nick.
It's been a while since we've had a long one.